Buddha.
Wave.
Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on the prowl, we'll continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America. Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun. Staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Toby like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a route. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son, what's up? Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding. Ice up, son, what's up? Ice up, son. Carolina keep pounding. Carolina keep pounding.
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Welcome to another Training Camp Live update. So I had to keep changing the name of it because I was double checking what this was. But yeah, this is going to be Training Camp Live number 2. So let's do it. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. Don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Audio Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Bowl Week. If you like the intro you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A. For videos, panels, etc. to enhance your stream content creation experience as a podcaster. Go check it out. Also, Monster Grub and Sub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Go get yourself a tasty sub. They're delicious. The owner's a Panthers fan. Tell him we said hi. And he'll hook you up with some tasty subs. Vinny's Pizza out in Duluth, Georgia. In Dirty Bird territory. Best pizza in the Southeast. Don't just take my word for it. Try it yourself. And shout out to all the other Panthers YouTubers out there doing their thing. Football Champ, who I'm told is stepping away for just a little bit to take care of something. Um, Best wishes for him. Much prayers up. Hope things work out for you, and that you return back swiftly and with a double down energy. You know, keep pounding through whatever you're going through, and hopefully things will get better from there. You know, as long as you keep pounding through it. Look, 2020, 95 through Roar, Big Cat, who I'm told is live right now. C3 is live right now as well. Panther Prime podcast, Black Cat Panther podcast. You got all the prior legendary players doing their own podcast. Jonathan Stewart's doing his. Cam Newton's doing his. Fourth and One. And I think JJ Jensen is a podcaster as well. I don't know. I think I read that somewhere. I might be wrong. Double check me, y'all. But anyway, I saw it in a magazine comment, so I wasn't sure. But if he is, hey, respect to him. Oh, and Jonathan Brooks is a streamer as well, game streamer. Shout out to him. We're all one big Panthers family, so let's show love to each other, man. Let's show love. All right. Outside of the Panthers community, you got Ed Oliver for the Washington Commanders, and you have Tom Grossi for the Green Bay Packers. Be sure to show them some love too. Amazing human beings, all of them. All right. Panthers training camp live update number 2. Now, I don't know what we're going to get into here with this live practice on the 17th that I am just now getting to. I told you guys I would get to it. I'm here. We're going to do suppressors as well. We're going to get caught up. The next live is tomorrow. I'm told tomorrow morning. So, if you guys want to see that, go check that out tomorrow morning. Otherwise, come back to my channel. I'll be doing a review of it through the VOD. So, and breaking everything down in detail. So, or do both. Either way. But we're going to try to get as caught up as we can tonight. A lot of content to get through. Some of this will be pushed towards the final training camp live update stream. So we may not get to all of these press conferences, but we'll get to as many as we can tonight without going overboard on time. I'm thinking like 2, maybe 3 hours here, and then we call it there. But I don't want to push it past that. So whatever we don't get to, we don't get to. So we'll push it to the next stream. All right, let's roll. Let's get to it, folks. Give me one moment while I set up. So you guys can see what I'm seeing. There we go. All right. Tune Kip Live. Let's go. Full screen respect. Let's see what we're doing with here.
Well, we welcome you to Training Camp Live. Third time we're doing this preseason. Anish Shroff, former
Okay, so what is this drill? Is this like a kickoff return drill? Let me see this. It appears that way. I don't know what this is. Okay, yeah, that looks like a kickoff formation. So we're going to go ahead and assume this is a kickoff return drill here. All right. Cool. Okay, so he had a lane there.
This when we talk about the preseason.
Oh, okay. Kurt Coleman in the house. Pictured on the bottom there. Cool. Cool.
We're football starved. It's such a small sample size. Football is such a week-to-week sport that we take what we see and we draw large conclusions. Having said all that, you played in those games. There are some things that are very real from the preseason. When you kind of zoom out, what do you value that happens and takes place in a preseason game?
I think the more important thing that I value, not just from a game, I think when you talk about just preseason in general, is what kind of culture and identity do you want to be? So regardless, the coaches, you'll hear Coach Canales and really any coach say it doesn't matter if it's the starters, the second team, third team, that does not matter. The product should be the product, and who we look like should be the same. I think that's my biggest takeaway no matter what game I'm watching.
I agree with that. Very well said, Kurt. And Dave Canales. Well said. The product should be the product. You know.
Is what is our identity on offense, on defense, and special teams? Now, the product's not going to always look the same. When you have your starters out there, you're expecting a certain level of performance, execution, almost that eliteness, and everything else. Sometimes if you're dealing with a rookie, you're like, okay, he made a mistake, so there's some forgiveness. But everything that from a body of work from 50,000 feet high, you should say this is the Panthers that we look to expect to see from start to finish throughout the game, but also the entirety of the season. I'm expecting a team that, A, they know how to win. We've seen that in critical situations. We'll talk about that later in the segment as far as the 2-minute segments of driving a team down the field or trying to get a team stopped in a crucial situation. We've seen that out of this team. But in those other moments, when you just flip on the TV, what will you see? I think that's what this preseason, I think that's where Coach Canales and crew, they're going to say, look, we need to get back to who we are from start to finish, from first team to last team. That's the team that we want to see.
Yeah, and you look at game one and game two against Arizona, starters didn't play. Backups played very well. In fact, the Panthers scored on 6 of their last 7 drives. The starters got 3 series on offense in the game against the Bills on Saturday, 3 and outs. There were 2 missing offensive linemen. We'll talk about all that later. There's also a new addition today, Darren Waller signing. There's a little more depth now to the tight end room. We'll see if he practices, but his signing went official today. One area defensively where the Panthers invested in the offseason was in bolstering the pass rush. They gave a lot of money to Jalen Phillips. Kurt, from Saturday's game, if there was any indication that his money well spent, he had 1 sack, and if it wasn't 6'5", 240 Josh Allen, he probably would have had another.
And he might have had
We don't know that. Josh Allen is Josh Allen. I mean, the dude is like extremely fast, extremely talented, and a very good escape artist. So we don't know that. So let's not go ahead and assume that he's going to get another sack off of Josh Allen if Josh was in. I don't know about that. You got a few elements in play. You got to, one, get past the offensive line. if you can't get past the offensive lineman, you're not getting a sack. 2, you have to actually chase down the quarterback sometimes. That takes a lot of skill and speed sometimes with some of these quicker quarterbacks. They'll roll out and they'll extend the play, and you won't be able to stop some of these passes, but you can get some good pressure on them. 3, the quarterback has to make a mistake. If the quarterback makes a mistake, you got him. So, I mean, like I said, there's 3 basic elements in play. And all of these things have to be happening all within a span of like 4 seconds. So, my whole thing is, if you know how fast Josh Allen is, you know this is probably not going to happen if he were on the field. But we're talking about his backup. His backup makes mistakes. His backup is not starter material. His backup has been around for quite a while. So yes, good chance of a sack opportunity, and he got one. I also want to point out the fact that Arizona has a lot of below average players, skill-wise. So I do believe we're overreaching by saying, oh yeah, the Panthers' depth is spectacular, when we played some below average players with the Cardinals. And then you play the Bills and you think, okay, well, we played the Bills, we got our butts handed to us, but these guys are above average. So are you now saying that this defense, this depth is trash because we played some really, really good players? No. You're saying we got our butts kicked by players that are better than ours in depth. And that's understandable. And then you go and you take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. These guys are mid-range to above average. And we beat them. What are we learning from this? We still have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of depth to take care of in position battles. Some players are going to win, some players are not. But which players are the most consistent in a positive way? That's what we need to discover. That's what the Panthers management is doing right now. They're reviewing the tape, they're learning, and they're understanding, okay, hey, these players were consistently good in all 3 of these games. We could say, okay, now this position battle becomes a humongous position battle because of these elements. Not just, oh, well, it's just another transition battle in training camp. At a position we don't care about. When in reality, when you're looking at every one of these depth positions, every one of them matters. Even special teams. Yes, special teams. People that like to ignore special teams. Do y'all remember Devin Hester? Best return man in the NFL? Yeah. Do y'all remember some of the best kickers in the league? Vinatieri, who just went into Hall of Fame? Special teams matters for the Jets. Every position matters. That's why we have to get this right from top to bottom. Because if you go into the season and you don't get it right, and another team exposes your lack of depth, you're in trouble if you get injuries. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. And that's happened over and over and over and over again. And it's happening right now to the Cleveland Browns. So, I encourage people to pay attention.
few more and pressures that come along with the things that bring. I think that is the money that you could say is best well spent. I think the way he knows how to attack the offensive lineman, and he sets up his games really well. I think that's the cool thing, is because he has the ability to speed rush. But then if you watch on the sack right here, he comes on a counter, he fakes up, and then comes underneath. And when you talk about a Josh Allen, I mean, I remember Ben Roethlisberger, the notorious guy. You think you have him down, and you don't. These guys know how to get him down, and so the experience of knowing how to finish a play.
I mean, that's arguable. If you're talking about chasing down Josh Allen, that's a possibility with that type of speed. Are you going to get him down? Are you going to get the sack, though, with Josh? Probably not. But, I mean, we are talking about a man that has played the game. And was very good when he was playing the game. That's explaining this right now. So, maybe he sees something we don't. You know, and also the fact that Sean McDermott was our former defensive coordinator. He focuses on a lot of really, really tight defensive coverage. So therefore, the wide receivers were not open during that Bills game. So Bryce had trouble getting that ball to anybody. That's why our first 3 drives failed. So I need people to understand, this is the NFL. These guys are not going to make it easy for you. You have to earn these passes. You have to earn every play that you're making. Or you won't be there long. However, this is preseason. And I want to say that again to everybody that's taking this way too seriously. You know, as far as like, oh, this is what we're going to look like in regular season. Oh, this is going to be Bryce Young in regular season. He's going to be trash. He's going to be awful. No, this is preseason. Say it with me. Preseason. It does not count. But y'all stay in your tunnel vision, though. If you think this matters in the long run, it doesn't.
Was the play. That's a sack on probably 31 other quarterbacks.
Absolutely. I mean, I can think of maybe one other person that might be able to get out of that. And Josh is the same height and weight as Jalen Phillips. So all intents and purposes, he did exactly what we were hoping that we were able to see in live reps. And I think what's great is that you don't get to see is because he's bringing that type of rush, guess what? Other guys are becoming free. So now after he gets a sack, they're going to have to start committing the running back or an extra tight end, and that's freeing up one-on-ones across the board. And guess what? DB didn't play. So you have your big boy up front that he didn't even get any reps this game. So this pass rush and adding Jalen Phillips is going to get higher because in sacks, we finished about middle of the road. We got to continue to emphasize getting after the pass rusher without having to bring blitzes. And
yeah, we had a lot of trouble with that in the last 2 years is we didn't have a good enough pass rush. Blitz actually pointed that out. Blitzball champ pointed that out. And he was absolutely right. That's probably one of our 3 biggest weaknesses. If I had to name them right now. So, yeah, we had an 18.4 pressure rate. 5th in the NFL according to PFF. With Joe and Phillips now. So, I mean, the question is, does that solve the problem? We'll see. Kurt Coleman seems to think so. And I trust Kurt Coleman. He knows what he's talking about. He's played the game, like I said, and he knows what it takes to succeed.
I think we can do that with him.
Derek Brown last year tied for the team leading sacks with 5. The Panthers had 4 sacks overall, 24 total pressures. We saw Princely Umanmielen get some pressure. That's going to be a big thing. Princely Umanmielen, Pat Jones, whoever plays opposite Jalen Phillips. It was supposed to be Nick Scorton.
Yes.
Scorton's out for the year. That other spot bears watching.
Okay, Panthers pass rush shows signs of improvement. Week 1, we had 24 total quarterback pressures and 4 sacks.
And again, Cam Gill, somebody in camp.
100% adult nutrition, 0%.
Yep, we're going to add.
Here in the UFL, played a lot of meaningful football in the spring. He showed out pretty well in that game against the Bills.
He got himself a sack. I think the good thing is this. The defensive line, more than anybody else, there's going to be a rotational set to it. I think the way that the defensive line is best used is you got to have your guys. There's a third down group, whatever that speed, whatever they call them, G2X. Those guys third down. That's that.
Look how fast he got around that left tackle. Impressive. Very impressive. Good speed.
That group. But then there's the first and second downers. Now, those will fluctuate. We need guys that can get after the rush on first and down, second down, and then obviously that there will be a specialized third down group. I'm sure that the coaching staff has already ID'd. But when you talk about Cam Gill, and I even think Incoom has come along, and he's made a lot of big splash plays coming along in these first 2 preseason games. But these,
I will agree with that. Both of those gentlemen have really made some good strides. I'm impressed.
These are the guys that we need because you have to have depth on the defensive line, A, for not just injuries, but B, those guys get tired. You're talking about 270 to 330 plus pounds of weight moving. Guess what? That can only go for maybe 4 or 5 plays, and then you got to bring in a new set.
Yep, fatigue. Absolutely fatigue. And that's why you see players get rotated in and out during basketball games, soccer games, all the different sports. You see rotations. Why don't you see that in the NFL? You do, you just don't notice it.
These guys right here are the ones that are really going to set our defensive lineup for major success throughout the season. Because if you can win now, and again, this Bills team is an experienced team. They know how to win. They are getting constant pressure on all the quarterbacks, whether that was Josh Allen in there, even it was, I think the beauty of this is they're getting it with 4-man pressure. And I keep saying that because when you can keep 7 guys in the back end, that's more eyes on the quarterback, that's more turnovers for us, and obviously, hopefully, you can get the sacks with the 4.
And especially with this secondary, which really is the strength of the defense.
I love the secondary right now. I was telling actually Jonathan Cooley, who is the passing game coordinator for the defense, as well as the DB's coach, I keep telling him, you have so much talent in that room, young talent, with the mix of the right mixture of a little bit of veterans. But those guys have been in this defense now for 2-3 years. They are playing extremely well. They're playing with one accord. The cornerbacks are lengthy. They're tall. They can run with the wide receivers. And then up the middle, when I say the nickels. So the nickels now in this defense, they have to be able to have help on run support, but they have to be able to cover the slots, sometimes tight ends, someone coming out of the backfield. You have Shaw Smith-Wade. You have other people that are just able to step into that role. And then the safeties. Obviously, I'm a homer. I'm a bias to the safety position. I think our safeties. I think we have 4 strong safeties. Now, Zachy he's coming along. He's still a rookie. He's doing a lot of great things. I can tell with some eyes. And that's a maturity. That's an experience thing where you can kind of settle things down with your eyes. And you don't have to, but he is athletic, 6'2".
He's around the ball.
Yeah.
That says something. People always used to say, you're coming in with all these tackles. Did you make a mistake on this play? I said, no, I just am around the ball. You have a feel for the game, and you don't necessarily always have to be out of position to be in position. And that's kind of contradictory, but I can be in my position or doing my job and still be around a play that's not even close to me because I just have a feel for the game. He has a great knack for the game right now.
You bring up a great point, too, though, just about the tackle stats, because you talk to coaches, they view it differently than I think the people who just, read the stat page. Sometimes you'll see it'll be a linebacker and he's got 15 tackles. Oh, he had 15 tackles, and the coaches will tell you that's because they were picking on him. They wanted him to have 15 tackles.
We want to see, can he come up and run support?
Right.
Well,
you see 38 there. There's Zachy Wheatley, the rookie out of Penn State.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm really excited about his first 2 games. What you see very clearly is his athleticism. It jumps off the page. He's tall. And the way that we can utilize him, if he continues to develop in the slot, coming down, you'll see he's been a sure tackler. I don't think I've seen him miss a tackle.
Excellent tackle on that particular play right there. I like that one. Good form.
Yet. Now, I will say this, as from a critical, I have seen him be a little bit late to a tackle, but that's okay because as you get more reps.
Okay. Kurt, I remember you being a little late to some tackles too back in the day, buddy. So, the pot calling the kettle black here a little bit. Just a little bit.
The more experience in these live reps, he has to.
But I mean, he recovered though. He recovered pretty well. But I mean, look at the pressure that we're getting here. This is really nice against the Cardinals. You know, they're using these swim moves to get around these offensive linemen.
Absolutely love the time that he gets. Because, A, he's looking good. He's making his tackles. And to feel those pads get real and live, I mean, you get more and more comfortable in your setting. And then he can start taking chances. When a quarterback is trying to look him off or they're trying to go a different direction, he's going to get a lot more opportunity to make some big plays for this team. There's one right there. Opportunistic.
He's been the leading tackler for the Panthers in both preseason games. He's gotten a lot of meaningful reps. And, you know, that's something the coaches talk about, too. For young players, for guys who may end up on the practice squad or on the fringe of the roster, you're not going to get these type of reps once the season starts. Those reps go to the first stringers. And if you're beyond that second string, your reps become limited. This is the time for development. It's something the coaches, you know, they kind of emphasize behind the scenes to those guys.
You have to take full advantage of every time you step on the field. That's why
every single rep. Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. If you're not taking advantage of every single rep, you're missing opportunities. And missed opportunity, if you have enough missed opportunities, they build up. And it keeps you from being on that 53-man roster.
I wasn't a big fan of them getting rid of the fourth preseason game because you knew in that fourth preseason game, no starters were playing.
Right.
And it was strictly the backups. Again, the way I see it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Exactly. This is what I've been saying, man. People, the NFL didn't want to listen, you know, but you're taking away a developmental game out of the tool belt of these head coaches, and it's not acceptable just because they're not making enough revenue. All they care about is revenue. That's all they want. All they care about is how many people are watching the games. They weren't getting enough, so they said, nah, screw the fourth one. We don't need the fourth one. The pros aren't playing. It's like, well, that would be like saying, well, let's do away with the weakest sport in American sports because nobody's watching it, right? Wrong. People still care. Because at the end of the day, it adds to the demographic. So if you're not adding to the demographic, then what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? Like, but the NFL doesn't care about that. All they care about is more money in my pocket. More money in my pocket. They don't care about us. It's a corporate entity. They don't care about us. They can say, oh, well, it's the community, blah, 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 blah. It's this, it's that, you know. We're helping out here or there, you know. They don't care about us. All they care about is how many people are watching these games. How many people are butting seats. Period. That's it. And how much money you're putting into the concession stands and the merch. To keep things, to grease the wheels. But Kurt can't say that you know, while he's in a uniform back in the day. Now he's starting to be able to say stuff like this. Y'all pay attention to what he's about to say.
Season and the way I see it,
which could benefit the Panthers, who have 4 this year with the Hall of Fame game.
Absolutely, absolutely, and who we got to see, Zachy come alive, and other people. I mean, Jasim Reed came alive in the first Hall of Fame game. I think those are the games that are so meaningful for the guys that may not get those big time reps or opportunities during the regular season. These are your opportunities to see and showcase who you are as a player, because when it does come the regular season, I can promise you this, it's going to be the starters and maybe a few guys coming in and out. And if you're not in that rotation, you have to get mental reps upon mental reps and then stay after practice and get whatever you feel like you need afterward. These are the times that you get to really go live.
Facts, Kurt. Well said, man. I love Kurt. I've always loved this dude, man. No homo. Because the dude just speaks facts. He's very intelligent. All of these former players that you see, like, getting interviewed for the Panthers are very intelligent human beings. They're not just football players. They actually know what they're talking about. Don't just bypass them. Listen to them, man. Heed their wisdom, because they're not going to be around forever. Ugh, stupid ads.
Jalen Phillips, one of the big offseason acquisitions. The other one was Devin Lloyd, 55. He mans that inside linebacker position.
Let's talk about Devin.
He's the green dot. I'm watching the All-22 after the game on Saturday. And, Kurt, you know what you see constantly? He's communicating. Pre-snap, pointing at guys, trying to line them up, get them in the right spot. That was something, let's be honest, that was missing at times the last few years. Having Devin Lloyd in the center of that defense, what's that going to do?
I think it's...
I've been hearing that there's a certain linebacker below him that's been doing the same thing. I've been hearing that there's a certain linebacker behind him that's been studying some Luke Kuechly film. And I'm very, very pleased with that, because Mr. Kuwatch. And if you're studying film like Luke Kuechly, you're going to do really, really well. If you learn how to do the call-outs like Luke was doing, and you figure out what these plays are going to be, then all it matters is execution. It comes down to execution. Can you chase down the player? Can you chase down the wide receiver? Can you chase down the tight end? Can you chase down the running back? Can you stop the play in its tracks, like Luke Kuechly used to be able to do, and A.J. Klein, and Thomas Davis? That was their bread and butter, was understanding these plays and being able to call out and be on time and in sync with everybody around them. The chemistry was ridiculous back then. And that's what we want. So, for Devin Lloyd to start learning that and to start doing those things is excellent news. I'm very, very pleased with that right there, because that's really going to push us forward. Same with Kuwatch. I will praise that all day long, because that's what we want. All right. Let's continue.
It's going to just calm the waters. When you look at who commands the defense, it should always be your Mike or your middle linebacker. And when you have, and to no offense of Trevin Wallace, now...
That's an excellent play right there. That's proof of what I'm talking about right there. He understood where this play was. And I'm going to mute this real quick so we can break this play down. They have him highlighted at middle linebacker right here. He's watching the motion of this running back right here. going over to the right side, and he knows exactly where this play is going to occur. He's already looking to the left of this offensive line. He already knows where this ball is going to go, and he's already moving. That's something Luke Kuechly used to do a lot. AJ Klein used to do that a lot. Thomas Davis used to do that. They understood the play because they studied it. They knew exactly where the gap was going to be here in order to get through and to shut him down. So let's continue. Boom. There's the gap right there. See it? There's the running back on a counter play to the left side. Boom. Beautiful tackle behind the line of scrimmage. That's how it's done. That's how it's done. Management, please show everybody in the secondary this clip right here. I want them to watch this clip and understand this is what we want out of our linebackers. We need to be able to stop them at the line or behind the line. Don't let them dig for about 4 or 5 yards. Don't let them push the line for about 4 or 5 yards. We need to stop them at the line. We saw way too much of that with the Bills. And granted, their 4-string running back is a beast. I'll give you that. You know, dude was hard to stop. I already said way beforehand this dude was going to rack up 50 yards. And he did. But when you can anticipate the play and react quick enough, you can get in these gaps and shut these guys down. This is what we're looking for. Point blank. That's execution. That's understanding of the play. That's reaction. And that's execution. End of the day. With an excellent tackle attempt. And technique. That's what we're looking for. If we could start doing that more during the regular season, these running backs are going to be in trouble. These offensive coordinators are going to have to find a way around that. And that's what we did well back in 2014 and 15. Now, I'm not saying we have like 4 or 5 Luke Kuechlys or 4 or 5 Thomas Davises out here in this linebacking crew. What I'm saying is we have enough talent to get this done with what we have in-house. So, I want this at every level. Let's get it going.
And say, we need you to be the green dot. We need you to get everyone in position. And he's like, I'm just trying to figure out what do I do and try to do it well. So to no discredit to anybody else, but having a veteran that has shown that he knows how to make a lot of plays. I love this play right here. This read on the outside zone. If you are one step late and you're not literally looking at the right keys, you get cut off, and that run goes from a -2 to a +8, sometimes more. And when you talk about the Bills with James Cook and company, Ray Davis, all those guys that they have, those runs are the ones that explode. When you can.
Facts. Absolute facts. If you are not looking at the right spot, if you are one step late, he is absolutely correct. This is a dude that's been doing this for a long time, folks, in the NFL before he retired. He understands this better than anybody. He played with Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis. And these guys were not screwing around when they were stepped onto a field. When they say do this, they mean do this. You know what I'm saying? And do it to the best of your ability. They put you in a spot, they expect you to make the play. You know? And they get straight down to business. That's who they were, you know? So if you miss that tackle, that's on you. If you allow 4 or 5 yards, that's on you. You know? Even if you're in the right spot. Even if you're looking at the right thing. So, Kurt, is absolutely correct. That's what I'm talking about when I say game mechanics. And that's what we're working on this year is fine-tuning those game mechanics to where we can perfect that and not screw that up. You know, we let players get by with that for the first 2 years, but this year is different. We're playing for division titles. We're playing for a playoff game. You know, we've got to tighten up on stuff like this. And this is the year to do it. This is the year to fine tune it.
Read it and diagnose it quickly and just use his speed and athleticism. Teams get away from that early. I think beyond what he's able to do on the rush game and the run stop defense, his ability to play in coverage is something that I think we've been missing since the Thomas Davis, Shaq Thompson, Luke Kuechly days.
Thank you. This dude is saying all the things that I've been saying for months, y'all. Y'all, please listen to this man right here. He's speaking straight facts. We have had coverage issues over the middle since Luke Kuechly and Thomas Davis. Absolutely correct. And if y'all think Shaq solved the problem when we first got Shaq, nope. Guess again. Y'all better check how many times these guys have got passes over the middle when Shaq was on the field during the first 2 or 3 years. I told y'all. Shaq was not the one. When you're talking about pass coverage, Shaq was not the one. He was not the answer. That was his weakness. I called it out early. People didn't want to hear it. They said, "Oh, Shaq's got good coverage. He's pretty solid. He's that this or that." And I'm like, okay, guys. With all due respect, check the stats because no, unfortunately, that's not the case at all. I'm just here to straighten the way here, man, and get the facts straight because this man is about to solve that problem right here. This man right here. And that's why I got so excited when I saw that we signed him. When I heard that news, man, I was hyped because this is solving a 7-year-long problem with this man right here. And then with Jalen Phillips, that's solving a problem that's about 5 years with the pass rush. So you put both of them together on the same linebacking crew. That's nasty. Deb Morgan, you did well. You did really well.
He's had 5 interceptions last year, which puts him, I think, top 10 in the league as far as...
And he's a ball hawk. Yes, sir. He's a ball hawk. He can catch interceptions, too. Oh. That's another thing we weren't doing. We weren't getting interceptions. We were not creating turnovers. So that's 3 of our biggest problems solved just by adding 2 guys to the starting rotation at linebacker. Problems that were 7 years long, maybe even 8, ever since Thomas Davis retired and moved to a different team. Ever since we started getting Shaq in here, we started having those problems. And the lack of pass rush came from us trading away, Brian Burns. We let go of pass rushers. And it's just continued on for 7 years. Until these 2 gentlemen, Mr. Devin Lloyd and Jalen Phillips. 3 problems, 2 players, 2 moves. Well done, Dan Morgan. Well done. This man knows what he's doing, y'all, as a GM. NFL, y'all better watch out. This man knows exactly what he's doing. His roster moves are about to become a big problem for the league.
Interceptions total. But then if he gets 3 more interceptions, he'll be the one of 3 players in NFL history to have 5 straight years, the first 5 years, of 3 interceptions or more. I think that is.
Ooh. Ooh. One of 5 players to have that many interceptions consecutively in 5 years. Dang. Dang. Woof. Woof. Brr. You know what I'm saying? That's cold. That's cold hard facts. I love that.
Is incredible as far as what he's able to bring to our defense, to the solidifying of our linebacker play. I know we need to, I think, figure out who's going to be that next piece alongside him. But as far as the commander-in-chief right there with the green dot, I couldn't think of anyone better.
And we talked about this during the Hall of Fame game. When you look at the Panthers' schedule, tight ends, which they struggled to cover in the middle of the field last year. Week 1, Colston Loveland, Chicago. Right. Week 2, it's Kyle Pitts, Harold Fannin from Cleveland, Sam Laporta. Philly's going to throw out a gazillion tight ends at you. And yes, it's the safeties. But when you have an inside linebacker like a Devin Lloyd who can cover a tight end, that goes a long way towards shoring up the middle.
That's their job. Linebackers' main job is to shut down tight ends over the middle. If you're not able to do that, you're not a good pass coverage guy. Let's just call it what it is. You're a run stopper.
The field.
I absolutely loved it playing alongside Shaq Thompson, Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, because those guys loved to be able to get physical with the line with the tight end. But it frees up our safeties. It frees up our nickels to be able to do a lot of. It frees up our defense to not just play one-sided. So now you can disguise a lot of things. You can get creative, and I think that's what our defense is kind of been lacking these last few years. We missed DB 2 years ago. We got him back. That solidified that interior defensive line. Now, we have a middle linebacker. We have an interior linebacker that can come along and just say, I can cover him, I can run here, or I can make the run stop here. It allows us to be so flexible in what we're able to do. You can disguise things a lot easier. And now teams can't scheme us. We get to scheme teams. This is our leverage piece.
Ooh. Did you hear what Kurt just said? Teams can't scheme us. We get to scheme them. Oof. That's a hard line right there. That's a hard fact right there. Yes, sir. Keep talking, Kurt. I love this.
Our leverage chip now for the future.
Now you're watching some of the other linebackers there, 32, Trevin Wallace. He and Claude Sherrillis in a very close competition to be that second inside linebacker starting next to Devin Lloyd.
Yeah.
Now here's my question. What does Claudin bring to the table that is competing with Trevin Wallace? I know that Trevin Wallace is mainly a run stopper. So Claudin is very good at that too. So what's the difference between the two? Does anybody know? Is it tackling technique? Is it pass coverage? Is it knowledge of the plays? Like, what's the difference between these two? What is it that is making Trevin Wallace beat out Claudin on this depth chart by just a hair? Somebody let me know.
Absolutely. I think it's going to come down to, how do these last 2 games kind of round out? What the coaches are seeing in practice and into the meeting rooms. Obviously, I think they both present a different skill set in what they do well. I think Trevin Wallace is a natural run stopper. I think coverage piece is something where he's going to continue to grow at and hopefully improve on. And then you have Claudin, who I think is the better of the two coverage linebackers and is still.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Right there. That just answered my question. Kurt's getting into it, bro. I love this. Wow. Like, he is really intelligent with this stuff. I would love to have an interview with Kurt. Just to ask him questions, man. And just go in depth with this team. That would really make me excited to have that opportunity. You know. I don't know what questions I would really want to ask right now. So, before anyone goes like rushing off and talking to him, let me gather some questions together, for a few of these different players and stuff like that, just in case one of them happens to say yes and surprises me, because you never know. You never know who it might be. So I haven't had time to properly prepare for that, but if I did, I would love to talk to Luke Kuechly, Kurt Coleman, Thomas Davis, Greg Olsen. One of those. One of those would be amazing. And even Cam Newton. I would love to talk to Cam Newton. I know I'll never get a chance with most of them, so it is what it is. Our channel's not big enough to get that kind of attention, but hey, you never know, right? If I have the time, I'll start prepping questions for that type of thing, you know what I mean? But I just haven't had time. So, but if any of them happen to reach out, I am absolutely glad to take those messages and talk to them. For sure. I would love to. I would love nothing more than to soak up anything that they have to say like a sponge. It would be fascinating to me. I guess these guys have so much knowledge to share with us. So much. And I have such a passion for this game, you know what I mean? So, whatever I can learn, whatever we could all learn from this is absolutely invaluable as fans of this game. So, he's getting into this. He says that Claudin has better coverage ability than Trevin. That's interesting. That was one of my theories. That was legit one of my theories when I asked that question, wasn't it? I literally just said that.
Kind of figuring out his way on if I am just a run-stopping type of linebacker, how do I fit amongst this scheme? I really think it's going to come down to what does this team want to do and how do we want to – and it could be a package where first and second down, maybe Trevin's in. When we go third down, Claudin jumps in. And we have a different type of package as far as with our defense. I could see a hybrid until things kind of become solidified where we're saying this is our guy moving forward for the future. But all intents and purposes, we've taken care of.
I like that idea. What do y'all think? Let me know. Do you like that idea too?
One side of it.
Yeah.
I think competition is going to bring out the most in these next two. And to be fair, if the coaches are saying, look, we need to still find something, I promise you with the way things are working at the end of preseason, there will be plenty of opportunity to look at the board and say, is there anyone else out there in free agency that got released at the end of preseason?
Yeah, and the solution may not be on the roster, but Trevin.
Hey, no one's thought of that. No one's thought of that. No one has said that. I probably was going to say that, but I didn't want to trigger that until the right time because I wanted to be sure that people weren't keying in on the free agent list because we do have scouts from other teams on this that watch this stuff, so, watch the VODs and whatnot. So I wanted to be sure that nobody really keyed in on that until we were ready for them to. And that's like before preseason ends, But, like, are they tracking somebody already? You know what I mean? We might be tracking like 4 or 5 people, and then I know the Dolphins were tracking like 4 or 5 players that were on our draft board, and they picked them consecutively, one right after the other, and it's like, yeah, we know you're a scout because all 4 of those guys were on my board when we were doing mock drafts. All 4 of those gentlemen were on my mock draft boards. You can go back at the VOD. You can check for yourself. So, after that, you cannot convince me that we don't have scouts from other teams watching these VODs. So, we have to be careful. So, I was kind of hoping we didn't have that thought process triggered until the right time. You know what I mean? Till the start of regular season. And then people could say that, during like a post-game press conference or something like that. That would be fine at that point. But like, don't trigger that before you have to. So, I mean, Kurt, like, nobody's upset with you there, but it happens. But none of the other podcasters I don't think are going to be mentioning that, except for maybe C3 people. I could see Cody or Tony bringing that up, but that's okay. Much love to both that while I'm mentioning them. Love them both. Great human beings. Thank you so much for what you do as Panther podcasters. We love you. All right, let's keep going.
Wallace, this is now year 3 for him. He knows the system. Claude Sherrillis has been in this system for a few years as well, and the coaches raved about the way Sherrillis played at the end of last year when Wallace went down with an injury. He kind of stepped in. He knew the defense, took a leadership role as well.
You have to.
That's true. That's very true. He did very well.
And I think that's what coaches are looking for. This is what you have to build. But with that being said, I think this team is ready to take the next step to it becoming a top 10 defense. We've made the right pieces in the offseason. You bring in the Jalen Phillips for a reason. You want to improve your pass rush on the outside. You bring in a Devin Lloyd. You want to shore up that interior linebacker position that's going to also breathe takeaways. He is, I think, a takeaway machine when you talk about linebacker play. So then,
dude, I've been saying all of these things for the past year. All of these things. Kurt is just laying them out for you in like 15 minutes. Other things I've been saying for the past 6 months. I love this, dude. A former Pro Bowler is saying these things to you. It's not just me. It's not just a fan that's a podcaster. This is being reaffirmed by a Pro Bowl Panthers player. This is beautiful. This is beautiful right here. That just proves everything I'm saying is correct.
Who's going to be complimentary to him? Who's going to be almost the Batman to his Robin, or vice versa, or whatever you want to look at it? We need to find 2 guys that play well together. I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but I think if there's a better combination that pairs up with Devin Lloyd and what he does well, that's who I would go with.
That's a great point. Who plays better with Lloyd? That may be what it ultimately comes down to. Right. You mentioned having Devin Lloyd. That's going to free up what the safeties can do. The name that jumps to mind is Trayvon Merrick, who was the ultimate chess piece last year. You can move him anywhere you want. He could play in the box. He could be that strong nickel. We saw him back in coverage make a few plays as well. With Devin Lloyd now in the mix.
Trayvon Merrick, let's go over these numbers. 71 total tackles. 8 tackles for a loss. 9 QB pressures. Most in the NFL among DBs. Y'all see this? Most in the NFL among DBs. That's wild. And nobody knows who this dude is. Before this year, nobody knew who this dude was. That's crazy to me. Oh my god. Like, Dan is building such a great roster, dude. This is such a beautiful roster. Man. It won't be long, y'all. It won't be long. I'm saying in the next year or two.
If you're Trayvon Merrig, are you kind of licking your chops saying, hey, man, I'm going to get to eat this year?
You know, I think with Trayvon, he, again, opens up what we're able to do as a defense. I think that's the best thing about what we have in our personnel is we have a lot of people that can do a lot of different things. I do want to, you know, I'm a little disappointed in my safety because I heard he's the only one that's covering the wide receivers during one-on-ones. And I'm saying we got to get more.
Oh. He's the only one covering safeties during one-on-ones? Y'all better step up.
More reps out there, guys, because it only makes you better when you're going against different types of wide receivers, not just tight ends or running backs, because in this game, it's all about finding mismatches.
Merrig has had to deal with Jimmy Horn a lot in camp.
Yeah.
Did y'all hear that? It's all about finding mismatches. Big facts. Big facts.
That's tough for a safety, isn't it?
He's a palmetto bug. He's a little palmetto bug. And if you've ever tried to, you know, catch one.
In a one-on-one, right?
Those things are, yeah, in a one-on-one where I always said as a defense, as a DB, I said, this is not real defense. This is not real football where you have the whole field. There's a center safety. There's someone coming around. There's a pass rush on the quarterback. But it only makes you better when you can go against somebody. And I think Jimmy Horn is another great because he's going to play the slot position. He's going to give you a lot of different option routes, choice routes, and he has the speed to kind of go get it. So when Trayvon is going against him, he knows that this is great reps for me. And it's going to honestly translate to the field when it comes to the other teams that he's going to have to mismatch against.
If you're near a computer or you're on your mobile device, go to Panthers.com. The first part of a three-part series dropped today. It's the Secondary Functions Project by Cassidy Hill, who works with Darren Gant, doing a great job covering the Panthers on Panthers.com. And what she has done, she's talked to J.C. Horn, Nick Scott, Mike Jackson, kind of gotten this comprehensive blueprint of the secondary, if you will, how they function individually, how they function as part of a team. Really great stuff that she put out this morning. And before practice, Cassidy had a chance to catch up with Nick Scott.
Ooh, we might have to check that out, y'all. We might have to take a look at that. All right, let's see about that. Let's see about that. Is that on the news? Okay, we got the final depth chart out there. Cool, cool, cool. Yesterday, Corey Thornton makes the diving interception to give the defense the win. Nice. Love that. He's been highly praised by a lot of people. Chopsmith Wade flew into the screen, made a play, and continued to show versatility. Absolutely agree. I was high on this dude as soon as we decided to draft him. I loved him from that point. You know, I thought this dude was going to make a humongous difference at nickel corner. You know, and here he is. You know, he made a big play during Jaguars preseason game. Continues to make excellent tackles. Continues to be a problem, you know, for offenses. And I mean, it's just an excellent player. Um, offensive identity isn't created in preseason, but Friday night was a step in the right direction for the Panthers. Okay. Pat Jones celebrated with a sack. I'm trying to find out. Oh, secondary functions. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, so this is the article that he was referring to. Okay, they've been constant in the room. Jonathan Cooley, our secondary coach. Nick's going to probably talk the most on the field. Mike's going to think the most, and JC's going to be doing the most. Instinctive risk taker. Trust more than anything. Okay. Battle into a trap. Scott is the scales of balance between them, ensuing proper communication and backup to keep them balanced. Okay. You got me interested because I want to see what they see in Nick Scott. Let me see this. Help me learn about this dude, man. Because help me see what everybody's not seeing. Nick is definitely a talker, JC Horn said. Um We have a very antagonistic sibling relationship. You get to a point where you're past formalities. You just have fun. He and I, we work together the whole time. Cool. So, as a deep safety who is more familiar with this particular Ejiro defense than anyone else in the locker room, Scott is who delivers the calls to the secondary players. As a professional instigator, he likes to make Horn work for it during practice, pushes his teammates' butt simply because he's the only one who knows where they are. Interesting. I didn't know he was the primary play caller. I'm learning something new today. Okay. Stop distracting him. You. Bryce Young threw a long pass. He'd taken the intermediate receiver away as an option. Scott was in place to break up the long pass. Because of the communication, however, its pass along clearly works. Interesting. It didn't matter how the two had gotten into the correct call, just that they had. Can we repeat this a lot on the field? Because if we could find that level of communication between these two consistently, that could get really interesting. I like this. So I might not be getting the call in enough time to get the position I want to be in. And we go back and forth, but then we're making plays together too. And that's how our relationship is in the locker room. Every day I'm coming to pick at him. He's coming to pick at me, no matter how if I'm having a good day, bad day, we don't care. We just keep the same dynamic. Wow. I didn't know this dude was that important. I didn't realize this dude was this important, man. Okay. That changes the whole nature of the game here with Dick Scott. See, I thought he was just that guy that was just terrible at pass coverage, is being a little bit overpaid, and is back again, whether we want him or not, blah, 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 but was an excellent run stopper, and racked up a bunch of tackles. I didn't realize that the communication came from him. And that he and J.C. Horn were on such a great page with each other. They allow each other to do a better job because of that communication. Okay. This is information that I needed right here. See, now I'm going to change my whole tune on Next God. This made me change my whole tune on him now. Y'all made me reset this. Because I didn't realize that this was that major of a deal. And Horn is one of the better corners in the league. For a reason. He's a shutdown corner. See, now this reminds me of Trey Boston and Bradbury and Josh Norman. Now I'm seeing it. Now I see it. Dan Morgan, I apologize. I sincerely apologize, and I'm eating my crow right now. Y'all are hearing it on camera. Y'all are seeing it on live. I'm eating my crow right now on Next God. I have learned what I needed to learn in order to change my mind about this. Now, yeah, he is important. They coexist and succeed alongside each other. Okay. See, this is interesting, man. This is really interesting. And sometimes he'll get the communication of the play call quicker than J.C. Horn will. Wow. Interesting. That just changed my whole perspective, y'all. Hold up. Let me put that in group chat. Because people need to see this, man. Yeah. Everybody needs to see this. If my dummy butt could freaking type correctly. There we go. Wow. I completely changed my tune on Nick Scott. Y'all, I respect what he does now. I respect this dude now. Why didn't anybody tell me this? It took y'all this long to tell me this, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, all these podcasters and everybody else had their own preconceived notions of who they thought Nick Scott was. You know, some of them thought he was trash. Some of them thought he was this or that, you know. And, I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I'm not a bandwagoner, but I did kind of agree with some of those opinions. That, you know, dude was just not it when it came to pass coverage. He couldn't block a beach ball. Now he's starting to get in a few of these pass blocks, and that's interesting. That's really interesting. He is a multiplier, but also the linchpin. Interesting. Communication was something I struggled with when I first got into the league. As a matter of fact, that was probably one of the biggest reasons why I wasn't playing early in my career, because I wasn't a great communicator. Then he realized he knew the defense backward and forward. Oh. Y'all see this? Y'all see this? I know I'm not tripping. This man knows the entire defense. Wow. That's crazy. That was the last thing I expected to come here and read today. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Wow. Perfect example of how smart he is. The rest of the season, and despite a stint on IR, poured himself into becoming a steady and informative voice on the field, so his teammates would be prepared for anything. Holy crap. This is my job. If somebody messes up, that's on them. Wow. You know what? We're gonna be in a huddle, moving the players, looking at my guys. See, I'm gonna see all their faces and have no idea what the heck we're supposed to be doing in this call, and I can reiterate it to them. Hey, it's this. This is what you got. If it goes in motion, this is what you got. Wow. Well. He got the green dot. This man got the green dot. I don't believe it. Incredible. Okay. He says, I'll give you an example of communication before things happen versus things that happen. I used to be if we're going upright versus 2x2 formations, then we're going 0 to a 3x1. Not exactly sure what that might mean right there, but I can guess. Educated guess. Nick a few years ago would say, hey, upright, upright. He said excitedly, drawing imaginary formations with 2 stacked receivers on the table to explain as he goes. We would get motion. As the motion is coming to us, I would be yelling because it's going to be 3x1. 3 defensive backs plus 1 in the 1 deep safety. That's communicating as things happen. Okay. That makes sense now. Nick today would say 2x2 upright, a Zorro on the motion. Just a little thing. It's so small, but just lets my corner know, hey, okay, he's upright now. But if I see any type of motion, the coverage is changing. I don't have to wait for somebody to start screaming. I already know it's going to coming. And then taking that to the next level, now it's like I'm seeing the formation. Okay, this is a motion. Is this even a formation where we could get the motion? Hey, likely is motion going to happen? How likely? Sorry. So now it may look like, hey, it's 2x2, but we're going upright. Zorro. We're using fake terms. He throws over his shoulder to Cooley as the coach walks by, concerned his safety is giving away secrets. Ooh. When you got 10 seconds before the ball, saving 3 makes all the difference in the world. Dude, facts. I didn't realize how smart this dude was. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. No wonder he has all these tackles. Now I understand. It makes sense. Dude, Antonio, how you doing, man? Dude, this is crazy what I'm reading right here. Oh my gosh. Cooley is giving him positive talk here. He says it takes time on task with the information that we're giving him, and it takes ownership from his part and understanding of how to do his responsibility. And then there's another level to it that takes the intuitiveness to a good teammate, and your teammate can help them do their job. Tapping into a psychology degree and learning not just defense, but the corner's roles with it, and how Horn and Jackson would play those respective roles. Wow. Dude. I'm learning so much about this dude right now. Okay, with Mike, all he needs is that call, huh? Okay. And then he knows exactly what he's doing. So they both get like different types of calls, right? Different types of signals. So for Mike Jack, it's a lot simpler. For JC Horn, it might be a little bit more complicated. And he's got to use some fake signals. Okay. Okay. So he doesn't tip off the wide receivers. Interesting, dude. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Nick's really the point guard. So there are times, especially a 2-minute drill, he knows if they're going fast, chances are I don't get that call. So sometimes I'll be like, are we in this? And he'll be like, no. Then I automatically know what we're in. It's almost like we've been playing with each other so long, we feed off each other. And when he can't get the call out, I'll say, so it just works hand in hand. Wow. That's crazy. Okay. I'll say it. Nick Scott, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Nobody in 26 thought they would have those words on their bingo sheet from me this year. I said it. Shout out Cassidy Hill for doing this interview with him and letting people know that this is what's going on. Because none of us knew. Not surface level, anyway. If you understand the Panthers defense better than I do, you might have known. Just a chance. But, I mean, I had no idea he even had the green dot to start with. Secondly, I didn't realize this dude was this smart and he knew this defense that well. And third, how well he communicated. That's a total shocker to me. Yeah. Okay. Okay, very good. You know what? I stand corrected. This dude is getting underpaid. I say it. I'll say it. I'll say it right now. Underpaid. If this man understands this whole defense and is able to make Mike Jack better and JC Horn better through communication, yeah, he's getting underpaid. Yep. Yep, I stand corrected. Right now. Y'all heard me on VOD. If you thought that you would hear me say that this year, I would have taken that bet a month ago. Y'all would have won money off of me. I'm not even kidding. Nobody knew about this. Nobody. Man, we'll have to check the JC Horn and Mike Jack ones later. But
refrigerator.
That was really interesting. That opened my eyes, I'll tell you that.
These last two games kind of round out what the coaches are seeing in practice and into the meeting rooms. Obviously, I think they both present a different skill set in what they do.
Had a chance to catch up with Nick Scott.
There we go.
Today, a lot of it was inspired.
109 total tackles, 2 takeaways, 3 passes defended. So the next level for him is to start knocking down some passes. 2 takeaways is fine. We want to see that happen from him. But I need better coverage from Nick Scott. You know, yes, he's able to influence his other teammates, but I need to see pass deflections. I need to see this man get in there, not just stand there. If you know this defense and you know what's coming, move. You know, move, dude. You're overthinking. So show people that you know what you're doing. Okay? That's your next step. Yeah, continue to make those 109 tackles, continue to get those 2 takeaways, but I need to see that number go up. Right there. Get that number up. And that's when you'll start making money, Mr. Nick. Mr. Scott. That's when you start making money. That's when Dan will have no choice but to pay you. And you will have earned everybody's respect at that point. After reading what we just did, yeah. Yeah.
Inspired by you and your psychology background. When did you realize that that was something that you could implement into football?
At an early age, really. Once I started playing the position, playing safety and things like that, it's all about communication. And communication is all about knowing who you're communicating with, making sure you're doing it the most effective way possible.
Without giving away any clues, Evera's hanging around here, Jonathan Cooley's hanging around here. Can you give us a little bit of an example of like how you would translate a play differently for J.C. Horn versus Mike Jackson and how you do it to the rest of the group?
Yeah, let's do this. I want to hear this. I want to hear this, Nick Scott. Come on, man. Show me this.
Yeah, I'll say with JC, I won't give you guys any key words or anything like that, but with JC, I'm trying to give him as much information as possible before it happens. So I'll give him the play call, the formation will break. I'll tell him what we have based off of 2x2, 3x1, or whatever, and then what we'll do if the formation changes. And all that information I'm trying to get to him as soon as possible before the quarterback really gets under center and all that stuff. And then Mike, not as fast of a tempo, but still giving him all the same information. But with Mike, I can kind of do it a little bit more on the run with him. Just different communication styles with him. Both of those guys are extremely smart and understand concepts and what's going on, but just knowing who you're talking with.
Takes a pretty smart guy to translate that as well. Last thing, give us a little bit of an insight on how you think all three of you approach the game mentally, because it is very, very different.
Oh, man, I think all of us, we take a lot of time with our film study, and each of us are looking at different things. I know those guys are definitely more route and receiver based, and I tend to look at entire formations, concepts, and situation and things like that. But, we got a great coaching staff that gives us pieces and all that stuff before games. And, other than that, it's just your own preferences and what helps you out.
Okay, so add the routes and stuff like that to your game, Nick. Not just the general coverages. Add the routes to your game too. That's your next step forward. That will make you better at coverage. I guarantee it. And reaction. Once you understand what you need to do, once you understand what's going on, when these corners don't get the job done, you are the last leg of this defense to stand on. So you need to be moving as soon as you see that broken coverage. Not just standing there. Make a move. And I've seen you do it a handful of times, so I know you can. So, what happened during those handful of times when you did that, based on the information we have now about you, is the fact that you were not so much focused on the coverages at the time It was more so, okay, I need to make sure this ball carrier does not reach the end zone. Period. You know? And you did. So, in those situations, what were you doing? You were reacting more so than thinking. And that's what I need to see you do more. You know, absolutely think, when it becomes needed, before things get crazy, on plays. But I also need to see you react more. So add both to your tool belt as you're playing safety. That's what I'm looking for out of you. That will elevate your game and make sure that the coaches notice that you are not just intelligent in the game, but you can react quickly too. So that's your next goal. Excellent, excellent job. Understanding this defense and understanding the call outs and what to do. So I'm super impressed. I did not know all this about you. And so I have a much, much deeper respect for you now. So let's see what you can do this year. Let's see what your next step up looks like.
The most game in and game out.
Sweet. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Nick Scott with Cassidy Hill. All right, you play defensive back. You kind of watch that. You watch what Nick Scott is saying, and those three working in tandem.
Yeah, I want to hear Kurt Coleman's perspective on this. Let's do this.
And you throw Trayvon Merrick in there as well. What resonates with you?
I think the cohesiveness when you talk about just playing and understanding. I mean, like I said, this defensive back group has been together, and you add in a few pieces for quite some time now. Yeah. I think the best units are the ones that know where each other's going to be. I used to love to play, people would say J-No is great, and J-No was absolutely great, but J-No also knew where his safeties were going to be. And when you know that, you can take chances. And no, it is a calculated risk. I think as a DB, there's so many things that are working against you.
He's got to trust you, essentially.
100%. Yeah. You don't know where the offense is going. So what does that entail? We have to be a step ahead on this on them. And when we call a defense, it's working as a chord. One as a chord. I'm going to be here, but hey, if I see this or if we feel this, don't worry, I got you. Go ahead and go get it. That allows everyone just to be just super enthusiastic about what we're doing. You can be creative, and the coaches can rely and trust that the guys in the back end, no matter what slips through the first seven, that front seven, even if they mess up their assignments, because you're not going to see that on ESPN. What you see is the back four. If they get beat, that's what shows up. So as long as we're on the same side, and you look at these four safeties right here, and then you got to throw in Zachy Wheatley into this mix, because he's going to add another dimension. But I think the first three was Trayvon, Nick, and Lathan. I love this tandem. Absolutely love this tandem. They all have a different flavor as far as what they bring to the board. Obviously, Nick Scott, I think I look at him as almost like my sure tackler. 109 tackles last year, but then you have Trayvon Moore, who can do so many different things as far as the defense. You can plug and play him in a lot of different places. And then Lathan, his tone setting. There's so many plays that he comes in.
We saw a couple of big hits in the Arizona game.
I saw a play, and I couldn't tell, and I later found out what exactly happened. I ended up getting busted. He gets back, and I said, I remember those days of just busting my face up. But it's those plays that set the tone for your defense. And honestly, I look at Lathan. He's entering the second year. He should be very comfortable within this defense. If the coaches, allow the three safety system, these guys can really turn up and take away a lot of footballs for this team. They can set the tone as a back end. And honestly, there's a physical presence that when they're out there on the field, don't come across the middle, don't throw it deep. Something bad is going to happen. And I love that feeling. I haven't had that feeling on this defense for a long time. And you see the presence is back, the confidence is back, the experience is there. These guys are ready to get out and play.
And Kurt, Isaiah Simmons is an interesting name. He's going to have a role on special teams. He had that block punt in the playoff game against the Rams.
Had a tackle on special teams this past week.
That's right. And he's somebody where during a lot of these training camp practices, getting some reps and dime packages where they can bring him into the box. He's 6'4".
All right, so this particular drill, watch this one. Um, I'm gonna listen to what they're saying real quick, and then we're gonna rewatch this drill, if that's okay with you guys. So I want you guys to focus on what he's saying first, and then I want to break this drill down a little bit.
He's 240. He's a former first-round pick. A lot of people in Carolina wanted him in that 2020 draft. We did okay with Derek Brown. We did better than okay. But he was a guy, you guys all remember, coming out of Clemson, the book on Isaiah Simmons, you can put him anywhere. And could he be a linebacker? He could be a safety. You can line him up at edge. You can line him up anywhere. And when you talk to him, he kind of felt like a man without a home for a lot of years in the NFL. And this coaching staff has said, hey, you're going to be on special teams, but you're going to be a safety. Yeah. And he now has, for the first time in his pro career, a defined role, about as defined as it can be on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's going to just allow.
Excellent news, because he's exactly right. Like, Arizona had him as a safety starting out, and the Giants had him as a linebacker / safety / defensive end. They weren't sure what to do with him. Neither one of these teams knew what they were doing with him. So now he's here. He's got a defined safety role. He's locked into safety role. And that's what I wanted for him. Because, I want him to have a defined role. Can you play other things too when we need you to? Absolutely. And we need that versatility, that flexibility. But I want that defined role for him so he settles in to a role and learns it. Not just plays it, but learns it. You know what I'm saying? Because once this man learns that position of safety, he's going to excel in it. That's what Clemson players do. Once they're able to, under Dabo Swinney, once they've learned the position, they can come in and they can excel after a year. Look at DeAndre Hopkins. Look at Watkins. Look at you name a Clemson player out of Dabo's era that's come into the league. They're very, very good at that. So once they've learned their role, they're settled into it. They've studied the playbook. They understand it. And then execution. And that's what it takes to succeed in the NFL. Right there. Point blank. And that's why I keep saying that Clemson players will come into the league already ready to go. They just need a year to study your system. Whatever that may be, whether it's offense or defense. And then learn the special teams roles, and understand what's expected of them. Within a year, boom, success follows. Depending on what team they're on. Now, if you have a team that does not have a successful identity on offense or defense, depending on what system you're going into, if your system isn't solid with that team, such as the Cardinals and the Giants at the time that he was on them, it's going to take him a little longer. And I said that coming out, when he came into the league. I said that. On stream, you can check the VODs on that. So, in case anyone doesn't believe that I said that. But this is exactly what it takes for Clemson players to succeed, and you have to draft them early. If you don't draft them, you're going to be dealing with high contracts once they come out of the rookie contract deals. You're going to be dealing with a very, very successful player at that point after 3 or 4 years in the league. it's going to be almost impossible to touch these players with a 10-foot pole until they reach their crescendo of their careers and then start going downwards. Then you might get a favorable contract that you could work with. But by then, they've already hit their peak. They've probably already gotten a ring. I mean, Watkins got his. So DeAndre Hopkins got his ring. So, I mean, but if you get stuck on a team like this, that's building. Excuse me. If you get stuck on a team like this that's building, it'll take him a year to learn his system, to learn what his role is, what he needs to do, learn the playbook. This year, he's going to start balling. And he's already started making plays in preseason, just like I predicted. Just like I said he would. That's what Clemson players bring to a Panthers roster. That's what Clemson players bring to an NFL roster. When you see Clemson players come up, that's what you should expect. And that's coming from somebody that understands this after watching spring game after spring game after spring game of Clemson players going into the NFL. And scouting these guys firsthand with my own eyes. And watching the Panthers training camps with my own eyes. Like, in understanding what to look for. And I know exactly what to look for. When you expect certain things from guys like Isaiah Simmons, from Clemson players. Just like you expect certain things from South Carolina players, like J.C. Horn. And when you put all of that together on the same roster, it's nasty. It's a beautiful blend of nastiness that an offensive coordinator has to find a way around. And that's not fun. To be an offensive coordinator in the NFL these days is not a fun job. When you're dealing with guys that learn on the fly, understand how to execute, and they're starting to learn your offenses and where your players are being put at. In some cases, they're learning some of the call-outs too. That's not an easy job. You have to constantly adjust and be ready for that. And adjust on the fly within that 10 seconds. You know what I mean? So, this is why I say I'm happy that Isaiah Simmons is locked into safety position. For that reason. Because that's all he has to learn right now. Once he learns safety, then you can start diving into more depth when it comes to linebacker role, defensive end role, whatever role you need him for after that. Then he becomes that versatile player. But lock him into safety, let him learn safety position. Okay, you've done that for a year now. Now, let's see what he's learned. And so far, he's been showing out. He's been making plays in preseason. So, next move, help him learn the linebacking core. What's up, David? You're on stream with us, buddy.
Oh, man, sorry.
Oh, you good? What's good, man? We're talking about Isaiah Simmons right now.
Oh.
Training camp wise.
He's gonna be on the 53-man roster, you think, right?
I think so, yes. It's pretty much a guarantee he's going to be on there. And what I'm saying is, like, there's a certain expectation from Clemson players. They take a year to learn your system, and then they ball out.
Yeah.
You look at DeAndre Hopkins, you look at Sammy Watkins, and now Isaiah Simmons. Now he's locked into a safety role. He's had a year. Let's see what he learned. That's where he's at right now in the process. So I'm excited. I want to see what this dude can bring. Makes me happy, you know. The other thing I wanted to bring up was about Nick Scott. You saw the article I posted in the team chat, right?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy.
So just to quickly reiterate, this dude communicates with J.C. Horn and Mike Jack. He's got a green dot. He understands the whole defense of a Gyro's defense. He's the one greasing the wheels, communications wise.
Yeah.
I had no idea, dude. I had no idea. I gotta eat my crow on stream, bro, dude, on that one. Bro. That's crazy.
Dude,
I literally said on stream, this dude is being underpaid.
I know this all Panther topic, but I just freaking hit big on NC slots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won like $230, but anyways.
Man. Yeah, Antonio says, Panther pride, keep pounding. Yes, sir, sir. Yes, sir, Antonio.
But my question is Haynes King, is he going to be a part of this offense?
Yeah. He's just injured right now. He's definitely going to be part of this offense, and I think he should have the opportunity to battle for number 2.
I was hearing some stuff from Dave Canales that, that like some hints here and there about him being a part of the offense, but
I would love to see that happen. I need to see one more full drive or two from him. Let's just make sure what we're seeing is accurate against an average to above average defense.
You know what's really impressed me about this preseason that's really caught my attention was the offense, because last year on preseason we couldn't put up more than 10 points. Like we had 10 points, 10 points, and 7 points.
Right.
Last preseason. Compare last preseason to this preseason, it's like night and day, man. Like,
yeah,
we have so many points in 3 games. We have put up like 81 points in 3 games, man, on the offense. It's something like that. It's very impressive.
Yeah, definitely.
I know it's preseason, but that shows right there we're headed in the right direction.
Absolutely agree.
But the defense has struggled a little bit in preseason, but the last game they came to play better. I will say that.
I'll agree with that too.
I mean, I know it's preseason; you can't really judge a team in preseason, but I'm seeing some major improvements. I don't know about you, but I'm seeing some major ones.
I agree with that. We're starting to see like some of these like 3rd or 4th level guys making big tackles at the right times and in the right ways. And getting pass breakups and doing all the things that we're looking for. So there's going to be some tight battles in some of these spots.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a good problem to have for the first time in like many years. I'm excited about that. And I wish I could see these guys in person this year. Oh, man. It's eating me alive.
You know, Dave might be a genius, bro, because, you know, I was even skeptical of Brent Isaac, you know, calling the plays. I was. But I looked at his history, you know, back when he was growing up, he was really into football, like studying film and all this stuff. But, you know, he's a joke. You know, we all know he was a jokester and stuff about, you know, like, Matt, you know, like, hey, he said that one comment about the Magic stuff, but I think this guy is really serious. Like, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm crazy, but I mean, I don't know. Like, he might be a really masterful play caller. I don't know.
Yeah,
I know it's too early to tell, but like what I'm seeing right now, like it's like something's different about our offense.
I need one more preseason game to show me, you know, is what I'm seeing real. You know what I'm saying?
I know we had that flop against Buffalo, but you know they have a lot of good talent on that team. You know we got to give them credit for that. But I'm just saying, like, I can see some major differences between this preseason and last preseason. That's all I'm saying.
Let me point this out. You know, like I said, I need to see one more preseason game to see if what I'm seeing is real from Isaac. And the reason I say this is we played a trash Cardinals team. We played a really, really good Buffalo team, you know, up and down the roster for both, right? And then a mid Jacksonville team. And we're about to play a mid Houston team.
Okay.
You know, above average Houston team in a few areas.
Well, let me ask you this question. I don't really know, but who do we face last season, you know, in the preseason?
Who did we face last year?
In the preseason, yes.
Let me Google that.
I don't even know.
Let me check that, man.
That might be a good way of observing, you know, comparisons. You know.
I see exactly what you mean. Preseason last year. We played Cleveland, Houston, and Pittsburgh.
Okay.
All right, so that's a trash Cleveland team, that's a mid Houston team, and it's a mid Pittsburgh team. To above average Pittsburgh team.
Okay.
So I mean, same levels, you know, as last year. We were dealing with Andy Dalton, Plummer, and Perkins last year.
And we weren't put up nearly as many points we're put up now on offense.
Yeah.
It's a big difference. It really is.
We played against Blackshear. We also played against Lynch Adams last year.
Okay. I just want to point that out to see if there's any way we can come to a conclusion, you know, based off that. You know?
Yeah. I think we'll really know after this Houston game whether Brad Isaac's play calling is for real or not. You know, is what we're seeing real?
All I can say is I'm really impressed I'm very impressed.
Because it was high when it was supposed to be against the Cardinals, it was low when it was supposed to be against the Bills, and it was high against the Jacksonville Jaguars, where it was supposed to be. So is it going to be high again against Houston?
It seemed to me like,
if it is, I think we found our OC.
It seemed to me, this is my opinion, that the defense, not only the offense, but the defense played better in that Jacksonville game.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
Because if you notice, like, even the Cardinals, we you know, they put up, what, 30 points?
Mm-hmm.
So,
here's an interesting factoid. Las Vegas barely beat Houston in the preseason this week, 22-20. Is that an indicator that we're about to trounce Houston?
I don't know.
Because the Raiders have no depth whatsoever. Because if you go back to the first week of the Raiders preseason, I mean, it was ugly. 27-14, Arizona.
Yeah.
In the first week of preseason. In Arizona, we absolutely slaughtered, depth-wise. So, I mean, is that an indication that we're about to actually beat the tar out of Houston this week?
I think we're going to beat them.
Depth-wise. I think so. I think it's going to be a 30-something game to 14. I think we're going to play well.
Maybe Dave, you know, like, made a really good decision on this, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know, I know me and you were both skeptical, but at the same time, you know, I did a little bit of homework on Brad. And at least this guy likes to stay in the film room. You know, he likes to study film. That's great. That's great to have as OC. I love that. You know that. I mean, that's basically his history. He loves that. So. Yeah. I mean, I know he might be a jokester and stuff, but you know, he might be a legitimate play caller. I mean, we don't know for sure yet, but he might be.
It might be one of those cases like, oh yeah, he jokes around, but when it comes down to business, it comes down to business. You know what I mean? He takes care of business. You know, maybe we misjudged him. Because at first, like, I legitimately thought he was the problem last year. I stand corrected.
Same here, bro. Same here. I agree with that.
I stand corrected. This dude is not the problem. It may have actually been what everybody is saying, and it may have been Dave.
When I've seen him on the sidelines during his games, I've been looking at his demeanor.
Yeah.
And he looks serious.
Yeah, I noticed that too. And I specifically asked you to pay attention to him, you know, during these games just to see how he's doing and what he's looking like, you know, on the sidelines. Yeah. His demeanor and stuff.
It looked like he's very serious.
Yeah.
During the game.
Because I was studying his play calls. You know, you were studying his demeanor. Put the two notes together, you know, and we got a full picture of what we're doing with. So, I mean,
my only concern right now is our defense. Like, are we going to call the right plays on defense?
Yep.
We have the talent, but the question is, are we going to call the right plays?
So, like I mentioned before, next Scott is the green dot, you know, for the starters. Who's the green dot for the secondary? Have to be on him. That's probably going to be Lathan, right?
Probably.
All right, so you do have Wheatley, the new safety, coming in. I doubt that Lathan gets the green dot. I think that green dot probably goes to Trevin Wallace or what's his name? The linebacker behind him that you were praising, Kuwatch. I think he gets the green dot for the third group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as they should. They're supposed to be the people calling everything out. You know, middle linebacker, the Mike.
Yeah.
Linebacker, if you will. So I think that if we are calling out these plays well enough, you know, then these guys will know what they're doing. They know what they're supposed to be, and they'll get the job done. My problem with Nick Scott is the dude does not move. Like, he'll stay in coverage where the coverage is in the playbook, and he won't move. He won't react to the ball carrier. So, say J.C. Horn or Mike Jackson, you know, missed their coverage. This has happened on numerous occasions where Nick Scott will just stand there. And, my dude, you're overthinking. Move. React to the ball. You need to add that element to your game. That's your next step forward. That's your next goal. You learn how to do that. Then the next step is pass blocking.
Yeah.
You know, because you already know how to tackle. We already know that. So, if you learn how to do all of those elements and you manage to keep these guys out of the end zone a lot more, Dan will have no choice but to pay you. Period. Point blank. Because you already know his defense.
Right.
He'll have no choice but to pay the man. And it won't be a small bag of change either. It'll be a big amount of money. So, I mean, the dude is making JC and Mike Jack better. You can't deny that now. After learning that info right there, like, the dude is very intelligent. So, yes. I did not see that before. I thought he was just another safety that just couldn't block, you know, in pass coverage. Oh, boy, I was wrong. I'm not even afraid to admit I'm wrong on stream. Today, I'm definitely admitting it. I'm eating a lot of crow here with this one. I've been complaining game after game after game about this dude, and just, I was wrong. Isn't that wild, dude?
It is.
I'm telling you, if anybody's had on their bingo card the fact that I would say that this dude is underpaid on their bingo card, you win for 2026. Because I'm saying it. He's underpaid. For that type of production out of those two corners, from his communication, yeah, you're underpaid. And that's a good thing. That's a very good thing because we put that money towards everything else. And he accepted that amount. So, thank you for being willing to play for that much, man. We appreciate you. And allow us to spread the wealth. Because that allowed us to lock in Robert Hunt. You know, that allowed us to lock in J.C. Horn. That allowed us to get the extension on Bryce Young. You know, with that extra money. That you're not getting paid, so we appreciate that. A lot. that allowed us to bring Brady Christensen back. We need him a lot more than people think. They think, oh, as Achilles, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Keep that same energy. Because when that dude comes in clutch, you won't be saying that anymore during a regular season game. Watch what I'm telling y'all. Dude has not lost a step at all. Penalties? Yeah. He's been making penalties. If that's your strongest argument as to why we shouldn't have signed him, garbage argument. He was doing that before he got injured. So, did you have any other topics you wanted to discuss or questions you wanted to ask?
Pretty much covered everything.
I mean, while you're on here, because I know we got to get through the rest of that training camp video. If we could push the press conferences, that's fine. To the next stream.
How excited? How excited are you? We're almost week 1 of the regular season.
How do I feel about this team before we hit week 1? I think we're pretty much prepared. I'd like to see the starters in for 2 more series. Let's just see how they do against Houston. Just get the last little bit of reps in. I think we're looking good. We look ready. That last game was a pretty good indication of that.
Yep.
I just want one more game to make sure that we're seeing exactly what we think we're seeing. You know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah, I think we're going to, honestly.
Like, wouldn't you have that same feeling? Like, you want to make sure that you're seeing what you're seeing and you're not seeing some phantom ghost,
I know, but it's football, it's preseason,
Yeah.
We have to give credit to Brad a little bit because he has proved himself a little bit.
And I do. I give him his credit. Yeah. The offense looked solid during the Arizona game, and it should. The offense struggled during the Bills game, and it should.
Yeah.
And then we dominated the Jacksonville Jaguars, which we should. So we're doing exactly what we should be doing. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. I mean, I was wanting a little bit more performance. I mean, I know they're more talented than us, like that, top to bottom. So I was wanting a little bit more during the Buffalo game, but it's fine. I respect it.
I mean, do we have some stuff to clean up? Sure. But it's all stuff we can clean up in-house. We don't need to make moves.
But overall, from all the games we've played so far in the preseason, I'm very impressed. I will say that.
As am I. I like it. I think we're doing good. Let me make sure they can properly hear you. Let me get you on a laptop. Alright, there we go. Now we got you on a laptop so everybody can properly hear you instead of going through my mic.
Oh, you're good.
But yeah. I feel like this team is properly prepared. Like we put in the reps.
I'm just being real. Like, if you're a film junkie, and you like film, you like to study film, and this kid Brad Hizzick's been doing this in high school, and I put the two and two together. Like, I really think this guy is serious. Like, I really do, man. Like, like like if you're serious in high school about film,
Yeah,
why wouldn't you be serious at the NFL level?
true.
That's how I see it. That's how I see it. Like,
Yeah, you have to put in the work. You have to put in the devotion to doing it. My theory now goes, maybe he needed that extra year to learn what this offense was supposed to be. Before he took over the role. It's kind of training wheels type of deal. You know what I mean?
because let's just be real, the guy with the key card couldn't pull this off. Never mind.
You are definitely right about that one.
Oh man, but I think we might have a legit OC, man. Like, I really do, man.
I would have to agree.
I mean, you know what? I could be wrong on this. I could, but I just what I'm saying, like, I think he might be legit.
Yeah, I feel like the problem solved itself. You know what I mean?
And Dave Canales, I think he's an excellent coach, by the way. Like,
Yeah. Maybe what everybody is saying is correct. Maybe,
maybe like
the play calling
my
dude just
thought,
was a distraction from his head coaching
my
responsibilities.
thoughts, my thoughts is maybe Dave and Brad were butting heads. You know,
That's possible.
if that makes sense about the play calling. I know they're buddies. I understand that, but maybe like I don't know. It's just hard to explain. Like, I think
They
I
just
think
weren't on the same page.
no. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that's what took so long, is they just weren't completely on the same page.
Yeah,
And
because I think
Dave Canales wanted to make sure they were on the same page.
correct.
It's a good theory. It's a good theory.
I, I think Dave knows. Like, they've known each other for a long time. We all know that they're buddies, but at the same time, I think Brad. I think he knows a lot more of the offense than Dave does. I'm not bashing Dave on that, but I think they were like butting heads. Like, having disagreements, and that's why the offense was kind of stagnant a little bit. But
Hey, you might be right about that, though. You might be right.
I mean, I could be wrong. But it's just theory, just something I was thinking about.
Right.
I'm not saying Dave is a bad coach. I'm not saying that.
Right. I like that theory. I do. I think it's got a lot of merit. Of course, who knows what the case really is? Behind closed doors, but we can always take a wild guess, educated guess, as fans,
Yeah.
based on the information we've been given. Which isn't much, but it's enough to go on.
But what if we have I mean, we don't know this yet. I'm just saying, what if we have like a mastermind offensive coordinator on our hands right now? Like,
That could be possible. That could very much be possible.
I mean, I'm not saying, that, that it's true, but what I'm saying is so different to what I seen last year in preseason.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Like, it's totally different. It's like a totally different vibe. I don't know.
It's like he was hiding way too much last year. And then when he got pressers for before live games, it would be like, oh, well, X and Y and Z are going here and doing this and doing that, in coverages. And it's just like, dude, you're giving away the store. So, like, maybe we're trying to find, like, the perfect balance of, like, not giving away the store, but also, like, doing what we need to do in preseason to make ourselves not look like shark bait.
Yeah. You know what? I'm really excited to see what we do in the first game on
That's a
offense.
really thin balance, man. That's a razor thin balance. It's kind of scary, really. Because everything you put on tape during games can be studied by another team.
I know, but what if this dude is so smart he can change the play calls up? You know, because like I said,
And then Bryce Young also has his audibles too.
yeah, exactly. But this guy, like, he studies film. Like the way I see it, if somebody really studies film and they're into it, that they're golden. Like for real, like I don't know, like I think we might have a really hidden gem in Brad Isaac. I really do.
Yeah,
Because
I mean, I'm starting to give a lot more respect to these guys too. You know what I mean?
Because at first I was like you, like I was unsure of Brad Isaac, but when I did my research and I dug deep,
Mm-hmm.
like when Dave gave him the job,
Yeah.
I really dug deep on that stuff, and like I was like, okay, I kind of see why he did it, but I'm scared that it's not gonna pan out.
Yeah.
But
Same.
but what I'm saying right now, I think it might be a great thing. Like,
I mean,
I'm
based
saying
on what
that.
I'm seeing this preseason, I do agree. I think so too. And I'm hoping it doesn't backfire into the regular season, and do the complete opposite of what happened last year.
I got you.
So there's that problem too. So,
But I get you. But if a guy is like studying film, I think he can mastermind the offense. You know, where he can
mm-hmm.
where he can overcome obstacles. Like I don't like like
Yeah.
I mean what I read, like he was like Brad Isaac is a film junkie. I mean, by what I read, but
Mm-hmm.
and if you're a film junkie, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. This is my theory. I don't know.
Pretty much for the most part, you can assume that. It's safe to assume that.
But we really don't know. But I'm just trying to throw that out there. If that makes sense.
If he is as successful in regular season as he is in preseason, then problem solved. The problem solved. We have the weapons. We have the people. We have the identity. We have the schedule.
We will really know him. We will really know who Brad is come week 1.
Yep. I'll agree with that.
I mean, that's all I'm saying. But I have a really good feeling about it.
Mm-hmm. Me too. After what I just saw against the Jags, I feel confident.
Because when you have Mr. Keycard out there, um, he didn't look really serious. He looked like he was just in another world. But
right, he looked like he just didn't even care. Like
when
it
I
was
seen
just
Brad,
like, what is even the point of me being here?
Yeah, exactly. But when you see Brad Isaac out there, he looks really serious. Like, okay,
Yeah,
we're gonna get this win no matter what. I mean, that's how I feel. But,
and I like that. Maybe it took a year for him to get refocused, and really get honed in with that mentality. If it did, then that's good. That he came out there serious like that. And I've seen a difference in pressers too, in that way too. Like, he seemed like he was just more professional when he was answering questions. But
I haven't watched his recent pressers, but
he's not exactly giving away the story as much as he used to, or over explaining things. But it's still, there's still that small element of just him not. How do I explain this? Like, it just didn't seem like it was right. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, gotcha.
Like, there's just something missing there in his personality that would make people go, maybe I can't take this dude 100% seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I'm starting to though.
Yeah, I'm starting to as well. Um,
The way I look at it, like, okay, let's just wipe the coordinators, all that out of the water.
mm-hmm.
Okay, Luke Kuechly. What was he? He was what, a film junkie, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a film junkie as an offense coordinator, I mean,
If
that's
he
one time.
had the level of knowledge that Luke Kuechly does at offensive coordinator, we'd be looking at a champion here.
That's
No question.
That's the stuff I'm trying to talk about right now.
Man, that would be crazy.
What if we had that offense coordinator?
With the weapons we have already, oh yeah, this offense would be monstrous. It would be mammoth.
I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but yeah. I mean, a film junkie is a film junkie. Like.
Yeah. And can I just say this also on defense? Like, Trayvon Moehrig, okay, the dude puts up, like, massive numbers. And, like, a year ago, nobody knew who the heck he was.
He's a monster.
Yeah. Nobody knew who he was at all. And like I said, several times, show me who you are in a Panthers uniform. That's who you are to me. Now I understand who you are. Now I can understand what you do. Let's get to work.
Let's put it all in perspective. Okay. We got Dan Morgan as a GM, which is he has done a brilliant job.
Mm-hmm.
And we got what's his name? What's his name?
You talking about the assistant or
the guy from KC? I just can't think of his name right now.
Oh, Tillis.
Yeah, Tillis.
Brent Tillis.
We got Tillis. You know what I'm saying? And if Brad turns out to be a GM, man, we could be a daggone. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Yeah, man. Why? You see this, folks? This man's starting to get it. This man's starting to understand what we're looking at here. And it's getting better every single year. I saw this vision from day one, y'all.
That is scary. Just think about that for a second. Golly.
I want y'all to understand, I saw this vision from day one of Dave Canales. When I saw him start to execute and Dan Morgan started making moves that made sense, and I was like, wait a minute. We got something here. We got something. These boys are hunting. They've got an identity. They've got an idea of what they want this team to be in 5 years. This isn't just what we've been doing before. No. This is a totally different animal.
Yep.
They have a vision, long-term vision. Not just a short-term vision, but a long-term vision of what this team is going to look like. And it is terrifying to other teams, to the whole league. They want a dynasty. Period. They don't just want wins. They want a dynasty. And they're making it happen with every single move. Every chess move that they make, every game that they play, everything. It's coming, man. It's coming.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, y'all. I get phone calls sometimes when I'm working here.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. You're starting to see what I've been seeing since year one, dude. I recognized it in the first 3 weeks of that first year. I was like, hold up. This is exactly what we did in 15. Discovery year. Cornerstone year. Building year. And now we've entered the year where we are focused on the specifics. Mastering those. Technique. Fill in the last of that depth. And then, boom. We make a massive ass run. And teams will not be ready for it. They'll think, oh, it's just a typical 8-9 team. Da 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 da. You know, you guys don't have the team. Blah 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 blah. But the people that have been paying attention since day one know exactly what's about to happen when it happens. Like Ocho Cinco, we've been trying to tell y'all. It's coming. And when it hits, it's going to hit like a freaking hurricane. Y'all ain't ready for it. And this team is going to be filled with a bunch of no names that people have no idea who they are. And they're about to start absolutely capitalizing and roasting some teams. And people are going to be like, what? Just like in 15. Nobody knew who half those wide receivers were in that room. And they all cooked you. They all cooked you like a souffle back in 15. The only person anybody knew off that wide receiver room was Curtis Samuel. The rest of y'all had no idea who these people were. Oh, touchdown, 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 touchdown. It was like, what the heck? It was like, we tried to tell y'all, but you weren't listening. It's coming again, y'all. You best be prepared for it. Get your rain jackets because it's about to rain. That's what I'm trying to say. Get your ponchos. Because it's just about to be raining touchdowns out here. Real soon. And that defense is only getting better. Kurt Coleman was on there earlier this week talking about what we needed to do to become a top 10 defense. I was watching the preview stream for that right now, as a matter of fact. And Kurt was saying all the same things I've been saying for the past 6 months, y'all. It's crazy how much of that stuff he lined up with what I was already saying. And this is stuff he couldn't say when he was a Panthers player. Yeah. Now he's able to say it. And I'm like, dang. It's like, I told y'all. I'm not trying to be that egotistical podcaster, but y'all start listening to these people, man. Now you got a professional Pro Bowl safety saying these things. And not only a professional Pro Bowler, but a professional Pro Bowl former Panthers player that played in Super Bowl 50 saying these things. And he knows what he's talking about. Y'all best listen to him. I'm trying to tell you. You better listen to him. He's dropping dimes of knowledge on you. But yeah. What else did you want to talk about? I'm sorry, I got on my soapbox, you know what I mean? I do that on stream every once in a while, y'all. We've been here long enough, you know that.
I'll get something for that. Okay.
Okay.
I just want to get something to eat.
Alright, no problem. I want to briefly bring up Bryce Young because, like, I see all these other streamers bringing up Bryce Young again, you know, and I'm going, okay, did Bryce Young do enough, you know, in the preseason game? Da 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 da, you know, and it's just like, it's, y'all, this is like a broken record, man. Y'all gotta stop this. Like, it's not just Bryce. There's 52 other people on this team. Last time I checked, and they're all getting paid.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand this. Like, it's content creation for all these other podcasters. I get that. You know, if you're making money off of it and it's boosting your ratings, do your thing. You know? I'm not trying to stop y'all. What I'm saying is, like, if you're trying to create division by doing that, that's not it, bro. That's not it. We don't want division in this fan base. We want unification. You know? This is a Panthers family. You know, it's the same team. You know? Like Butch says. Same team. Y'all all sit in the same stands, watching the same team, and rooting for the same team.
Yeah.
Like my moderator says on Facebook, you know, Carl, thank you for that, by the way. I read that post earlier tonight. And he's absolutely right. Like, why are we fighting amongst each other? When we should be supporting this team. Yeah, we have different opinions. Yeah, we have different ideas of how we think this should be run. But at the end of the day, we're all rooting for the same team. So, like, there's no need to call each other names or act like freaking pricks, you know? And just doing stupid stuff that we know we shouldn't be doing. You know, and it's usually Bryce Young conversation or Cam Newton's conversation that starts it. And I'm like, guys, it's a whole team. It's not just the quarterback that wins games. Okay, so whenever a team wins the Super Bowl, oh, that quarterback did it all by himself, right? Who was the quarterback throwing to? Who was protecting said quarterback? Who was giving the quarterback said call plays in order to make that play a success? You know? There's so many things that come into play there. It's not just the quarterback, y'all. It drives me absolutely bananas.
I agree 100%.
I'm sorry I had to say that on stream. It was driving me absolutely crazy. I had to do it. But I just see this week after week after week, and I get it if it's content creation, but it just drives me up the wall. That's why I don't even watch your streams during those. I don't even waste my time.
It's a team sport. It's not just a quarterback.
Like, if it's going to be a 40-minute conversation about just Bryce Young, I'm not here for it. I'm not going to waste my time with it. Because y'all just going to be recycling the same bull crap. But if you're talking about, okay, the offensive line didn't protect him well enough, the wide receivers weren't good this year, but they were this year, you know, okay, then we can have a totally different conversation because those aren't crutches, those are reasons. There's a difference. Those aren't excuses, those are reasons. You guys are confusing the two. You know? And I've had these conversations with people before, and I'm like, I don't understand how you keep confusing these two. Makes no sense to me. But here we go again with another preseason game that doesn't matter. That does not count. And people are like, oh yeah, Bryce Young, did he do enough? Did he impress you? You know, it's like, who the heck cares? It's preseason. Guys, say it with me. It's preseason. It does not count. My God, y'all are ridiculous. I love y'all, but honestly, like, y'all are ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, you brought up Haynes King. I honestly think that this dude will challenge for number 2 spot when he gets healthy. I have no doubt.
I'm really thinking they're going to use him to go on Tony.
But I'll say this. I need to see that what I saw is the real deal. You know, versus a Jacksonville team or a Houston team, like an above average team like that. I need to see him in one more game.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, like, if we run a more no-huddle offense this year, which I think we might be doing, I don't know.
Right.
But,
I'd say put him in against Cleveland.
And then we add Haynes King in at the goal line. Shoot.
I'd say Cleveland is the game to start trying that.
I'm saying that could be nasty.
Let's experiment there. You know, we don't want to try it against the Bears. That's a serious team. You know, we're trying to win that game. But I mean, if you want to experiment with this and you really want to figure out, okay, can Haynes King do this stuff in the red zone? The Bears game is the right game to do that.
I'm just saying, like,
I mean, the Browns game. My bad.
You're good, but what I'm saying, like, this dude, Haynes King, we've already seen it once.
Yeah.
You know, like, when he's running the ball, he's gonna truck you.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna pry you down.
Right.
Coming after
you. And like, this is not a rally cry to have him be number 1. You know, anybody that thinks he's better than Bryce Young is delusional.
No, I'm not saying that.
Right. He beat 3s and 4s.
But I think
you know what I'm saying?
Really strong.
He beat really 3s and 4s.
I will say this: he can be a really strong candidate. Which, you know, Kenny Pickett is really good. I'm not backing him. He's really good. But he can be a strong candidate to put him at number 3.
I completely agree. I need to see him with some 2s and 3s.
Now he can't play the rest of the preseason. I get that. I get it. But if he can't help his dealing with a hamstring, we can't help that.
Right.
And I'm not bashing Kenny Pickett. He's a great quarterback. He's really good. But if Haynes King didn't ever get hurt,
that would have been a really interesting preseason.
He would be playing every game, right?
Mm-hmm. I would have actually liked to see how some of these drives would have went against Jacksonville and Houston with him at quarterback. That would have been fascinating to watch.
But I think the reason they got this dude is I heard a lot of comparisons, from him to Taysom Hill, with the Saints, which I think the dude's retired now, but I mean, there's been a lot of comparisons there, and I think they got a plan for him in this offense. I really do, but I don't know. I don't know 100% at the moment. But I'm just gonna like close my eyes and like envision that offense with him, and like at the goal line.
Yeah,
I can envision that because
me too.
They could do all kinds of trick plays here. You know what I'm saying? They could put
right.
Bryce Young. They could put Bryce Young a wide receiver. They could do anything. Like they can really like mess that defense up.
I like that, and yeah, I'm with you. I need to see him, in camp with the 2s and 3s, and let's just see how he does. Let's see him in a preseason game or a regular season game against the Browns, and then I will be 100% on board with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying for him to take Bryce's job.
No.
I want him to implement his skills in the red zone. So that will, protect Bryce for one, and I think Haynes King is a great audition to this team with Bryce Young, if that makes sense.
I completely agree.
Because that would make this offense so freaking scary.
Mm-hmm.
My God. I mean, this is my opinion. Maybe I'm crazy, but
it would make it a lot more effective. I definitely agree. I mean,
because the defense would have no clue what we're doing.
Correct. They wouldn't be expecting it.
I'm just saying with this dude right here. I mean, we can make so many trick plays as they go on.
Yeah. We don't want to do it too much because it'll end up on tape.
That's true.
But if we do it, we have to keep changing up the play call. For him. So that way we keep defenses off balance. Yeah, they'll see him out there, but they won't know what plays to expect.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They've seen him on tape 2 or 3 games before. They see, okay, well, he runs these types of plays. Cool. We know how to counter that. Nope. Change up the play call. Boom. Touchdown.
Wouldn't that be so sick? Let's just imagine this for a second. Okay, Bryce Young is lined up at wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
At the goal line, we got Haynes King coming quarterback. And then they don't know what Haynes King is going to do because he's fast and he can bulldoze people.
He's unpredictable.
Yeah, there you go. He's unpredictable.
And that unpredictability is a humongous tool in your tool belt.
And even if they go after Haynes King, let's just imagine this happens.
That's exactly what Cam Newton was. He was unpredictable.
He tops the ball to Bryce Young for a touchdown in the end zone.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I'm saying
yeah.
Like if he's under pressure, everybody's going after Haynes King, and you got Bryce Young wide open in the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it could happen. Maybe they leave Bryce unguarded. Because they think, okay, yeah, this is a decoy. We need to watch these other guys.
Yeah, exactly. Because they wouldn't expect that.
Yeah. You might be onto something.
I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but that'd be for sure. That happen.
We need to watch what suggestions we put out here because we do have scouts from other teams that are checking us out. But, we don't want to give them ideas. But we also want to help out our team too. So, like,
You're
a
right.
few suggestions like that, are healthy ones. So, I think that's a good one to put on stream. I don't see a problem there. I don't think that's going to come down and bite us later on. As long as you change up the play call, make it unpredictable. That's the name of the game in the league is unpredictability.
They could do like a Statue of Liberty play with Bryce Young and Haynes King. That'd be sick.
As soon as they figure out your playbook, you're cooked. They get a book on you as a player, you're cooked.
They can always mix it up though, or they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think our offense has a lot of promise this year.
Speaking of players that I thought were cooked, Felipe Franks.
Yeah.
Can I just give some praise to this dude because he has stepped up? Because the last few years I was like, this guy's not it. He's not, he's bricks for hands. He's this, he's that. I was like, this dude's just not it. Yeah. And this dude has like graduated from that to, okay, I'm going to go make a one-handed catch in the end zone during practice. I was like, whoa. I was like, who is this dude? I was like, okay. Now I see why we signed him back. I stand corrected. Maybe this dude is not who I thought he was.
You're right.
Maybe he's got more in the tank than I thought. And that was a positive surprise from this player. And I love redemption stories, man, from these players. I love being surprised like that. Show me a player like that, and I'm all over it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I will hype that player to the moon. And
but
yeah.
I had it up in the morning, put the kids on the bus, so I'm tired, but
Alrighty. Well, thank you for being on, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry I gotta get off here, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. I know you got some personal stuff to talk about with me tomorrow, so we'll take care of that. But
I'm just tired.
Yeah. We'll take care of that.
All right. But good night, and everybody in the chat, keep pounding.
Yep, keep pounding, brother. Thank you so much for joining me.
No problem.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got my views out there. I was wanting to.
Oh, absolutely.
Get my insight on how the team's doing and all
that. Yeah, man. You're always welcome on here.
I appreciate your channel, and you're awesome.
Appreciate that.
All right, bye.
No, buddy. All right. So that was David. We always appreciate him being on here and just giving his insight and just everything he can provide for us. I love it. I love adding people on here and just learning as much as we can and offering opinions, and it's just, this is the beautiful friendships that we've created, the beautiful community we created to where, it's nothing but love, man. To where I can invite people like that on here and just speak their mind. And we could just talk football. You know what I mean? Just casually talk football. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Y'all, thank you for making this community what it is, for real. Thank you for continuing this vision that I've created, of this community and just making it as amazing as it is. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And also recognizing like what we're trying to do here, These 700 people that we have subbed here, it's not just random people on the internet, These are real fans that recognize what we're doing is real. It's important, They stuck around because they understand the mission. And they appreciate the fact that what I'm doing is helpful and positive towards this franchise. So I just want to say thank you for that. It means the world to me that everybody here is like that. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's finish this up.
Seems you've been using your.
I'm gonna at least get through this today. We'll do the press conferences the next stream. I'm just not feeling it today.
When it comes to the other teams that he's going to have to mismatch against.
If you're near a computer or you're on your mobile device, go.
At an early age, really, I'll tell him what's going on.
Okay, so we did Nick Scott.
You played defensive back. You kind of watch that. You watch what Nick Scott is saying, and those three working in tandem. You throw Trayvon Merrick in there as well. What resonates with you?
I think the cohesiveness when you talk about just playing and understanding. I mean, like I said, this defensive back group has been together, and you add in a few pieces for quite some time now. Yeah. I think the best units are the ones that know where each other's going to be. I used to love to play, people would say J-No is great, and J-No was absolutely great, but J-No also knew where his safeties were going to be. And when you know that, you can take chances. And no, it is a calculated risk. I think as a DB, there's so many things that are working against you.
He's got to trust you, essentially.
100%. Yeah. You don't know where the offense is going. So what does that entail? We have to be a step ahead on them. And when we call a defense, it's working as a chord. One as a chord. I'm going to be here. But, hey, if I see this or if we feel this, don't worry. I got you. Go ahead and go get it. That allows everyone just to be just super enthusiastic about what we're doing. You can be creative, and the coaches can rely and trust that the guys in the back end, no matter what slips through the first seven, that front seven, even if they mess up their assignments, because you're not going to see that on ESPN. What you see is the back four. If they get beat, that's what shows up. So as long as we're on the same side, and you look at these four safeties right here, and then you got to throw in Zachy Wheatley into this mix, because he's going to add another dimension. But I think the first three was Trayvon, Nick, and Lathan that set the tone for your defense. And honestly, I look at Lathan. He's entering the second year. These guys are ready to get out and play.
And Kurt, Isaiah Simmons is an interesting name.
Here we go.
He's going to have a role on special teams. He had that block punt in the playoff game against the Rams.
Had a tackle on special teams this past week.
Okay, so we've heard about Isaiah Simmons. Let's look at this drill.
That's right.
Now, watch how this is done. Okay, so they'll sidestep to the left. They'll turn, come back, and catch the ball. That is a staple drill right there that I've seen every single training camp from these boys. It always interests me to see the footwork. You know what I mean? Are you turning your hips correctly? Are you twisting back around correctly? And then here's the side step. So what makes that interesting is they'll sidestep, they'll go back, and they'll catch the ball. Sidestep, go back, catch the ball. Fascinating drill right there. I think that's an interesting drill. Because it's testing your footwork, your body, and your hands. So, but it's a typical drill that they normally do.
What he went through, because he almost was too big at the time to be a safety, but almost was a little more athletic and maybe not as physical to be a linebacker. So they had him in Arizona as like a tweener. You never want to be a tweener. You kind of want to know what you are so that you can have a defined role and really just grow your game. I think also he was put in an unfortunate position to where when you have different coaching staffs, like you just don't get to know who you are as a player. I think that the best thing that they did as a staff was say, this is who we see you as.
Yeah.
Now, he could say, I don't, but at least they have told him, this is what we see you as. You're a safety. This is how we're going to use you. And we need you to be big on special teams. Now, his size, strength, speed on special teams, he could be an all-pro, Pro Bowl special teamer if he has the will and want to do it. Because guess what? You can't run with him. The way they're going to utilize him, he's always going to have the upper hand. Because if you put another safety or another running back, he's bigger. If you try to go size for size as far as weight, guess what? He can run past you. He poses so many, I think, to me, challenges when you try to scheme against him. And what I said from last week, he is showing the willingness to want to get down the field, make tackles and special teams. He's one of those guys where we're going to keep him, we're going to find a role for him, and hopefully, in the season we can find some, special niche plays that he can get on defense and cause some havoc.
Yeah, the domino effect of what he can do on special teams.
Look at him dancing.
If you're punting and you have to account for him, maybe it means you can't send another guy downfield to go cover the punt. You've got to basically assign another blocker to 27. That gives your return guy more of a chance. If he blocks one or two kicks through the course of the season, alters another one or two, I mean, that might be worth a win and a half by the end of the year.
100%. I've looked at him when I remember him coming out at a Clemson, and he was playing a lot of times down by the line of scrimmage, but the way that defense was used, they did a really good job of utilizing his strengths. While I don't want to say hiding his weaknesses, but not allowing his weaknesses to affect his game. I think that's what it looks like.
Hold up. This dude was evaluating Isaiah Simmons coming out of Clemson? My man was in the Clemson stands watching this dude? Oh my God. We had a Panthers legend in our Clemson stands. And we didn't even realize it. Oh my. Yo. And he did not even announce himself. Oh my God. Bro. Do you know what this means? With the players that are coming out of Clemson right now, and the players coming out of the Gamecock Stadium, the players coming out of Ohio State right now, we got Panthers players and legends watching these guys on tape, in the stands, paying full attention to these guys. It's not just scouts. Wow. This is exciting. I love this. I love this because when you get the former players involved, man, that have played this game for long enough, it's like, whoa. That adds a whole new dimension to this scouting ring that I didn't even think about. Man, that's crazy.
What this team can look like, this is what he can look like on our team, is we can find opportunities.
All right, so watch this drill. They're sidestepping to the left.
For him to get on the field on defense.
They're moving up, and then they're catching the ball.
It's tough to say, like, do you not want a 6'4", two 15-pound, 220-pound safety to be on. Absolutely. I almost think
who's athletic, by the way.
I mean, it's 100%. So, and then when you talk about special teams, nowadays, if you have someone that is physical, Greg Hardy is one of those guys where he was like the anomaly. He was running down, covering punts as a gunner. Yeah. I can tell you this. None of us wanted to.
How frightening would that be if you're on the other side?
You're not. You're hoping.
I mean, Thomas Davis used to do that early in his career.
You're fair catching every punt.
He absolutely did. That is terrifying. Oh my god. Can you imagine a humongous guy like that coming at you? Oh my god. Good luck. If that man hits you, good luck. You are going to be popped in on the ground. These guys are big gentlemen. Scary sized gentlemen. Especially Thomas Davis. Oh my god. Greg Hardy's a freaking monster himself. Good God.
Saves yardage, which guess what? If we all know there's hidden yardage in every game. That saves yardage, that wins you ball games, that creates opportunities to win your division. Yes. You win the division, you get in the playoffs, so on and so forth. These are the people, these are the players, these are the chess pieces that our team needs to continue to build upon. And like I said, we could honestly find him a role on third down. You put him in a dime package, you don't know, do you ID him as a safety? Do you ID him as a linebacker? Well, guess what? He's actually your outside linebacker, and he's coming off the edge on a special rush, but really we have 5 other safeties out there. So it's really cool how we can utilize the pieces that we have. I think the unfortunate piece that our front office has to play is there's only 53.
Watch this drill. All right, so these guys are running to the right, and they're catching the ball as they're running.
People.
Yeah.
That's the hard piece. And what are our areas of need? What do we have to continue to say? Yeah, he may be one of.
All right, footwork, and then do, and then to the right with the hip turn. So it measures your feet, it measures your hips, it measures your speed and your catching ability. Again, these are drills meant for hips turn and feet for defensive players.
Our best 53, but we actually have to keep another piece on another position because we're low. We have injuries here. That is the piece of this game that, unfortunately, when you're on one side or the other, it can work for your favor or against you.
Yeah, it's also it's a good thing in some ways for the Panthers because 2 years ago, we're watching training camp, and everybody knew it from the front office down. There were a lot of guys who made the team who probably should have been on a practice squad, and they were scavenging the waiver wire after cuts to go fill out the rest of the roster. Now, 2 years later, you've stacked 2 draft classes, you've stacked 2 free agent classes, you've developed some of your own guys. Now you're in a position where you have hard decisions. As a franchise, that's the spot that you want to be in.
Absolutely. We've won with our draft. We've won with the right pieces, I think, through free agency. It's always great, when you have a quarterback that you know who you have as a quarterback that's going to be able to help lead this team. We're in a great position. The only position that in every football team is trying to deal with is injuries. Injuries plague teams. Injuries can take a team from feeling like they're going to win a Super Bowl to we just hope that we can make it into the playoffs, let alone will we win a division, so on and so forth. But
Facts. There's preventable injuries and there's non-preventable injuries. But he is so right about that. That could be either your helpful tool, having everybody healthy, or it could be your biggest crutch. That is a fact right there. Speak your truth, Kurt.
I think as far as we have an embarrassment of riches at some positions. And I love what we have because when you talk about the DBs, corners, it's going to be some tough things that are happening down in the next few weeks. I think linebacker is an area that hopefully those guys can do. I like Jackson.
Okay, so we got some out routes here on this side. I'm not exactly sure what they're doing over here. I think defensive plays over here. So typically they'll split it up with offensive plays here, defensive plays here, and then special teams will be over here somewhere. Kicking field goals.
Watch that is coming along out of Miami of Ohio. He's shown up a few times over these last 2 games. But as we continue to build this roster, as things kind of get to the end of preseason, I keep going back to this. What identity do we want to have as a team, both on offense, special teams, and obviously defense? That is really what I want this makeup to be as you move forward. And I know that's what the conversation that the coaches are having is, I love what this guy brings to the table, but he may not do this. Or that you can hide a lot of deficiencies as far as skill-wise, but it's the attitude and character. What does this team look like when we step out there 11v11?
Very true. My bad, y'all. Trying to get through all these commercials and junk on YouTube. There we go.
These guys have spent a lot of time talking defense.
All right.
We will get to the offense. There is a lot to dissect and unpack on offense. We will get there. But the defense, the reason we're starting the conversation with defense, Kurt played defense, but also 2 years ago, this was a defense that was historically bad. They went from historically bad to league average, and that jump alone was worth 3 wins that got the Panthers into the postseason. That
jump alone gave us a +3 game-winning ratio. That's the difference. Interesting, isn't it?
Step, the way we all see it, Kurt, is okay, now can you go from being middle of the pack into that top 10 tier? And they have playmakers at every level. Derek Brown, Jalen Phillips, Devin Lloyd, Merrick, J.C. Horn, Mike Jackson. There's enough pieces here to be a top 10 D.
100%. When you start with defense, although I am a DB, you have to start up front.
This man said 100%. This Panthers legend said 100%. We could become a top 10 defense. Wow. I said it multiple times myself. To know that I'm on the same page with Kurt Coleman on that. That feels good, y'all. That feels good.
I always say the tip of the spear is the D lineman.
Feels good.
And 2 years ago, Derek Brown had his knee injury. I think it tore apart our defense up the middle, literally and figuratively speaking. He's back. He's in there. Now, we do need to continue to build depth amongst that interior D-line position, which we've talked about Cam Gill. We've talked about some other guys that have coming along as far as the interior D-line. Then you build from the outside of the line. You bring in Jalen Phillips. We've shored up that position. Does Pat Jones continue to increase and build upon what he's done? Or what other guys? Princely. Does he emerge in his second year as, amongst this defense? And then, again, the next...
He better. 2 years in. I mean, the dude was already showing a little bit of promise last year, but does he show it this year? He better.
Next wave is our linebackers. We've talked about that. Those guys, if the D linemen are the tip of the spear, really the weight, the heaviness of that spear is going to be in the linebacker position. They have to be the one that channels the direction. Where do we go? How do we get aligned? Those guys set the tone, set the tempo. They calm the waters when things are going awry. And then the DBs. Now, I love my guys. We can be prima donnas at times. So that's why the consistency, the calmness of up front really allows us to be who we are. And I sent out a funny little GIF on Instagram the other day. It was this vulture popping out. And it had so much character and personality. I see that as a JC Horn. You hear the Mike Jack of the stories. Those guys are chirping at practice. Those guys are woofing. They're huffing. And they're setting the tone as to what is going to be their physical corners. And then, guess what? My safeties.
Who's the best trash talker you played with?
Played with?
Yeah.
Asante Samuel was one of those guys. He would, those little gnats that just constantly just in your face, but you can't swat it. He is one of those guys that he's going to talk to you from the moment the practice starts till it ends. And when you're in the lunchroom, he's never stopped, but he had 50-plus interceptions. He backs it up, too.
One of the feel-good moments of Saturday's preseason game was just seeing 25 Jonathan Brooks back out on the field. He had 4 touches, 14 total yards. Yeah, I did have a 9-yard reception in there. Forget the numbers for a moment. For that young man, Dave Canales talked about it with you guys on the radio afterwards. He was emotional. Just seeing Jonathan Brooks back on the field, if you don't recall, tore his ACL his last season at Texas, missed most of his rookie year, comes back in the second half, starts to show some flashes. Third game back, non-contact injury at Philly, torn ACL. It's the same right knee. It cost him all of last season. Getting him back out on the field, and again, we had some issues on the interior of the O-line.
I told y'all this was going to be an ACL tear. The chances were high. You draft a guy that already has an ACL tear, it's going to happen again. I warned this management. I warned y'all, it's on VOD. We had a perfectly good guy from Wisconsin sitting there on the draft board, and we chose Brooks. That had an ACL tear history. And I said, no more injured players. Didn't I say that? Speaking of which, what is the other dude doing? Because he ended up in New York with the Jets, and I want to know what he's doing. Hold up. Hold up. Jets running backs. Braylon Allen. Yep. This dude right here. Braylon Allen. He was drafted in the 4th round. I want to see his stats. All right, 92 carries for 334 yards, 3.6, 2 touchdowns, 19 receptions. The reason he's not getting the numbers that you want him to get is because he's with the Jets, folks. Let that sink in. 21 receptions, 165 yards, 1 touchdown. The man can catch. Okay? He's got almost the same amount of skills that Jonathan Brooks has. Yeah, he lost a fumble. Sure. But his longest play, catching the ball, was 15 yards. He has yak ability. Yards after catch. I get you wanted the more talented guy over time, which was Brooks. But you took a gamble and you lost with his ACL tear injury history. That's something I would never do as a GM. I would have chosen Braylon Allen. I would have gotten him out of that situation with the Jets and where he needed to be. With a competitive team that would get the most out of his skills and his talent, and we wouldn't have to deal with an injury history. These numbers do not reflect who he is. I'm trying to tell y'all that right now. If you think these numbers fully reflect him, and you think he's garbage right now, you're in for a rude awakening once he gets out of New York. You're in for a rude awakening because he's about to match Jonathan Brooks. skill for skill. Watch. Drafted at exactly the same time as Jonathan Brooks. Y'all just wait, though. Y'all wait. I understand these players. I understand what they can do. I've watched them. You know, with a scout's eyes, I understand who they are. And I see long term what they can become. And this isn't just, I'm making an educated guess. No. I understand these players by learning them, learning their mannerisms, learning their footwork, learning their technique, learning who they are in that uniform, learning what they're comfortable with, what they're not comfortable with, the situations. You know, what they can do with their feet, what they can't. It's different, man. It's different than just making an educated guess. It's understanding the game. And that's what I'm trying to teach everybody is that next level. Some people are able to do it, some people are not. You know, scouting with these types of eyes. But, you know, that's the next level, man. Realistically. That's it right there. Alright, so we still got one more to go that was just put out a day ago, right? So that's the one I think Roman Harper's doing. So let's finish up this one, and then we'll call it a stream. And then we'll do the Roman Harper one after the preseason game. Sound good, guys?
But this is a guy who probably just needed to get hit in a real game, right? Needed to get back up. Needed to just feel like, okay, I went in, I survived the game, and like that's just got to be a weight off his shoulders, doesn't it?
100%. I think if you talk to anybody that's ever had an injury, and that's an athlete, non-athlete, the hardest thing is the mental component. And when we talk about what football brings, football is a family. Football allows us to eat, talk about our families, talk about life. When you're injured, yeah, you're coming into the facility, but you're not going to the meetings. You're not hanging out with the guys at lunch because you probably finished all your routines early. You're not having to go out to practice and go through these 100-degree days together and talk and joke. Why are we out here for so long? You miss all that. So the physical opponent, and what I love the most that Jonathan had to say after the game was that was the component that I missed the most. Yes, the physical piece was tough, but I can get through the tough physical. It's that emotional ride and the roller coaster that you go through. And what I loved to see when he was playing in the game against Buffalo was he wasn't afraid of contact, which means that he's gotten over that mental hurdle of my knee is good, it's stable, it's strong, I can run. And something that I was not aware of his game, he catches the ball very easily. He didn't look like somebody that doesn't know, so that's going to add another component and element to our passing game because when Bryce doesn't know who to go to or can't find anyone down the field, you throw it to your check down. That 5-yard gain, you keep going to it, that 5-yard gain turns into 50 very easily, especially with the speed and explosive ability.
Let's end on this. Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt did not play in the Saturday loss to Buffalo. Those are two of the pillars of that offensive line. There's a reason they got paid what they did a few years ago when Dan Morgan wanted to fortify the interior of that offensive line. Yep. They were both missing in the game against the Bills. So you have Brady Christensen, who's coming back from an Achilles injury. He's still shaking off rust. Rough game for Chandler Zavala. Does that interior offensive line depth at guard concern you? If Lewis and Hunt are healthy, nothing to worry about. But as we've seen, sometimes with O-linemen, that third, that fourth guy, if you have to dip into the well, is that a concern right now?
100%. It will be a concern if we feel like that there's ever going to be a missed time or they can't go the whole season. And the concern is this. I think Chandler Zavala has shown that he can play those positions. But I was telling you earlier is, when we got rid of Austin Corbett, who could play multiple positions, you have a rookie in Sam Heck, coming along. So these guys that you want to see come along hopefully faster than anything else, yes, we need to make sure that the interior line, because without an interior line, without those outside tackles that we have, that number 9, he needs to feel safe and protected. We've seen what happens when he doesn't, because he's constantly moving, not staying in the pocket. The offense is.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Boom. Right there. Did y'all hear this man right here? Let me back this up. Hold up. This is for all you people that were having a Bryce Young conversation. That said, oh, well, Bryce Young sucks. Bryce Young is terrible. Bryce Young is this. Bryce Young is that in the first 2 years. This man said, hold up. This man was rolling out and running for his life in the first 2 years because he wasn't protected. Thank you. Case closed.
That number 9, he needs to feel safe and protected. We've seen what happens when he doesn't, because he's constantly moving, not staying in the pocket. The offense is predicated.
He's constantly moving. He's getting out of the pocket when he is not protected. Thank you. Case closed. Case finished. You just heard it from Roman, from our boy right here. You just heard it from a Kurt Coleman, a former legend on the field. What, you gonna act like he is lying? So he's lying and Bryce Young sucks? Okay. So if you stick to that story, you're saying, okay, a Pro Bowl DB for the Carolina Panthers that is now retired does not know what he's talking about. Wrong. He wouldn't have made the Pro Bowl if he didn't. He wouldn't have had the success he did if he was in the league as long as he was. If he didn't know what he was talking about. The man is intelligent. Listen to him. That's a reason, not an excuse. Thank you. Moving on.
On being able to have stability up in the middle, so he can hang in the pocket and deliver the ball down the field. We built this offense for those 5 guys to be the anchors of this offense.
Arby's just made value even better. Buffalo Ranch.
That does look delicious. But anyway. Yeah, man, he's talking about that offensive line, though.
And unfortunately, that is probably the hardest thing is offensive line. Is you can't just go down to Walmart and go get you a nice big old offensive guard.
Thank you. Boom. Right there. This man said you can't just go to the Walmart and get an offensive lineman. Dang. Doesn't that suck? This isn't Madden, people. You can't just do that. You can't just go to Burger King and find an offensive lineman. Put it on your Whopper. Dang. Oh, that sucks. We can't just find an offensive lineman anywhere. Oh my God. Well. So what do?
We have what we have. We have the right pieces in the building. We just have to make sure that that they are being taken care of. They are healthy.
We have the right pieces in the building. Y'all heard this man. We have the right pieces in the building. We don't need to go shopping on free agency. We don't need to go drafting people. At the moment, we have them right now. So let's use them.
And if Brady Christensen, if he comes back healthy and if he can work through this Achilles properly, I see him being very, I think, formidable because he can play multiple positions as well. So if he's healthy.
Facts. All right. Y'all hear this? Y'all listening to this man? When he's talking about Brady Christensen? Pay attention. I'm going to let him say it again.
Achilles properly, I see him being very, I think, formidable because he can play multiple positions as well. So if he's healthy, I feel very comfortable. Yep. If he's not healthy, that's where we're going to run into some concerns because we do need to fill that position and do it well.
And it may be a case.
Thank you. Well said, my man. Well said, Kurt. Well said. I had multiple people tell me, "Oh, we don't want Brady Christensen back." Okay. Were y'all paying any attention to what this man brought to us last year? Did y'all pay any attention to how many times he saved Bryce Young's butt when he came in? Oh, I'm sorry. These players are trash. These players are garbage. Okay. That's your argument? You don't think beyond that, right? You don't have a reason why you think they're garbage? You don't think... Man, miss me with that. Brady Christensen's a beast. We spotted him in the draft. Management spotted him in the draft. We were both on the same page. We got him. He took care of business. He had an Achilles injury. He came back. End of story. Or is it? Is this man about to have a redemption story and take care of business? Okay. We're about to find out.
With Brady, where he may even need a few weeks into the season to get close to where he was last year. Yeah. He's somebody who started 30 games for the Panthers. He's played his whole career with Carolina. He knows this system. And again, Zavala, fourth-year guy. Yeah. He started games every season with the Panthers. You know, he was in the mix last year, had about 4 or 5 starts a year ago. So you hope the options are internal.
Well, and like I said, you hope they are internal because externally you're really not going to find a great one out there because guess what? All the teams are keeping their great guys on board. I think.
Thank you. Again, been saying all of these things. I've been saying all of these things, y'all, that he's speaking to y'all on right now. I think it's funny how people doubt me and they think I don't know ball. But yet you have a Pro Bowl safety for the Carolina Panthers retired now, speaking on exactly the same things I've been saying for multiple streams. Oh, but I don't know football. Sit down and eat your crow.
I think we have all the pieces that we need. We just need, again, to
sit
clear
down
out some
and
of the
eat
things
your
as far
crow.
as whether it's injury or experience or
That's all I
rust
got
of
to
just
say.
playing in a live game. If we can do that, I feel very comfortable with what the pieces we have because you want to keep around 11 to 12 offensive linemen, and you hope that all those guys can play multiple positions outside of your starting 5.
As we said at the top, it's still preseason. Still almost a month until the regular season begins. 2 more preseason games to go. Jacksonville on Friday. Before that, big joint practice on Wednesday. Kurt, appreciate you coming on, man.
Thank you for having me.
All right, another episode of Training Camp Live in the books.
I think they're more focused on just having these conversations rather than the actual practice drills. And that's what kind of disappoints me. I mean, some of this is good information that these guys are giving us, which is awesome. But I want to focus on the drills as well. You know, and They just don't want to show us some of these drills. That's exactly what it is. They don't want us to see these weaknesses of these players. Well, guess what? We're going to see them in preseason anyway. You're not hiding anything in a preseason game. So, honestly, I don't see the point in not showing us the 11 on 11s. You see what I mean, guys? Like, I don't see the point. But maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. Alright, so man, shout out for Anisha and Kurt Coleman. I hope I said your name right, Anish. Or Anish. You know, I'm trying to get it right. You know what I mean? I got a lot of respect for you, dude. You got a lot of very intelligent things to say, and you really seem to understand this team, and you've really done your homework on this, guys. You know, from top to bottom, you understand who they are, and I'm very impressed as an anchor. You know what I mean? For this team, like it's been beautiful to watch your journey as an anchor here in Carolina, and I appreciate you for what you do. And Kurt, with your beautiful, beautiful analogies, man, and what you're trying to say about this team, and speaking facts all day long, bro. Like, I got so much love for Kurt Coleman, man. Very intelligent human being. Very intelligent player. Former player. I should say former player. But, you know, Kurt's got an idea of what this team is. Kurt's on the same page, Bren. He sees what we're seeing, y'all. And I'm excited. Because when you're hearing that from a former Pro Bowler, all of these things, like 50 different things in this one 30-minute interview, or 39-minute interview, I should say, is so fascinating to know that we are on the same page with a Pro Bowl player, mindset wise. So, to wrap up the stream, really, we learned that Nick Scott is a lot more valuable than we thought he was. We learned that a lot of these players are showing out in camp and making this choice is difficult for these matchups. Excuse me. We learned a ton from Kurt Coleman. And we also learned that this team is on the right track. We know what we're doing. And the more practices we have without injuries, the more successful we're going to be. We learned that we still have some stuff to clean up, you know. But realistically, we have a bright future. Training camp's looking good. Everybody's looking good. And we're on the right track. So, let's wrap up, y'all. So, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding and archive for in-game post polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as schedule for the channel and out who's sports. Keep pounding fantasy football league. Wow, I messed that outro up. But shout out to Antonio in the chat. We appreciate you. Panther Pride, keep pounding. Absolutely. Keep pounding. No matter what you're going through, keep pounding. Keep pounding through it. You're going to get there. You're going to find the other side. If you like the intro you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I, Lindara, L-A-N-D-A-R-A, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your streaming content creation experience. Shout out Monster Grub and Sub. Delicious food. Owner's a Panthers fan, tell him we sent you. He'll hook you up with some tasty subs. Vinny's Pizza. Duluth, Georgia. Best pizza in the Southeast. Don't just take my word for it. Try it yourself. Dillsworth in Charlotte. Delicious food. Amazing wait staff. Amazing crew. Amazing food. Oh, and did I mention amazing food? Because it's amazing food. Go try it yourself. Go tell them we sent you. And they had a sign out in front of their restaurant last year that said, "We own the Dirty Birds." Which is true. We swept them. Beautiful. Love it. I love whoever is running the signs there. That's awesome. And love the wait staff. Shout out to all the other Panthers content creators out there. Blissball Champ, Blue and Black Panthers Podcast. I think I got that one right. I probably didn't. Black and Blue Panthers Podcast. I think that was what it was. UNC 2020. Big Cat with the 95 The Roar. You got all the other former Panthers podcasters out there, you know, as players doing their things, you know, with their podcasts. And of course, the two outside of our Panthers community, Ed Oliver and Tom Grossi. Much love to y'all. Ed Oliver for the Washington Commanders and Tom Grossi for the Packcast. For the Green Bay Packers. So, much love, man. Much love and support. Love all of you. Amazing human beings. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep putting out that content. And Pat Coltrane, too, for our Panthers family podcasting. Much love to you, man. Wherever you're at. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining me. This was the Training Camp Live update number 3. We got number 4 coming up later on. We got the game preview coming up on either tomorrow night or Thursday night. I'm still trying to figure out which day I want to do that on. But we're gonna get that figured out. Right now, it looks like Thursday. So, as far as the 30th is going to be a fantasy football stream for the Ill City fantasy football, which I am involved in. I will be streaming that at 7 o'clock p.m. on the 30th. Beyond that, I mean, that's all we got going on this week, which is quite a lot actually. So put those alerts on so you don't miss any of the content. A lot of Panthers content still coming. We're just getting started. So, plus we got concerts on the horizon for the Keep Pounding concert series. We are looking at Seether, Stain, and Hinder will be the next Keep Pounding concert series stream. So that'll be happening on September the 10th. On a Thursday. So mark your calendars if you want to jump in for that. Or check out the VOD from that. We may be doing Iron Maiden on the 12th. I don't know. But I know we're doing Baby Metal on the 15th of September. So the Baby Metal will be on Tuesday the 15th. So we're really looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. So that's the ones coming up. Also, when you're talking music stuff, there's a Green Day tribute show that's coming through the upstate of South Carolina. Is it? Yeah, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So if you want to check that out, go check that out. Good tribute band. Really interesting. And they also have a documentary movie coming out too. So if that piques your interest, go check them out. If not, no worries. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming out. Let me see who's live. Let me see who I'm going to toss you guys to. Nobody live right now. Okay. Alright, well go check out the VODs of C3 and Big Cat, because they were live earlier. Especially C3. So, they're talking about the position battles on C3. Big Cat's talking about Bryce Young. So, thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys soon. Stay happy, healthy, and well. And we will catch you guys in the next one. For everybody involved, you already know what to do. Keep pounding. Peace.